Hello, hello. Hey, TJ. TJ, I've added you to the Hall of Fame. There you go. Okay, so we are going to start with our tenets. I did a tiny bit of work over the weekend and I did some music stuff. The music's actually coming along pretty well. I will probably do a full day on Friday for a music stream. And yeah, let me close this for now. But yeah, I worked on the platforming music. I mean, I made some pretty good progress. But you don't get to hear that now. Some other time. All right, so today is the 20th. Sustainability. How are we doing on this front? So this is mostly fine. I think I do need a vacation, but I have one planned. The front page stream felt like more effort than normal. I do want to keep an eye on my streaming time and maybe take a day off of streaming, but not work, or just stream without my face cam at some point. Breaks, yeah, this is going very well. I hardly ever skip a break, and when I do, it's mostly because of Abby, not because of me. It used to be because of me all the time. I don't mind if every once in a while the cat's on my lap and I'm like, well, I can't get up. Hey, Chef Alton. And now for the grit one, the Chef Alton tenet. Okay, so any tough here? I think, yeah, the front page required some grit. I originally wasn't really looking forward to it, but it ended up going pretty well. At the same time, I'm glad I didn't try to absolutely maximize the full 8 hours. I ended a touch early. Okay, great. So, goal this week, make it through the rest of the opening. That way we can spend time polishing next week. So the main beats, we got to be able to enter the house. We have the Fever Dream game, the Architect's Realm again, the farming game again, and then the ending portal. So we have 10 work days between now and my vacation. I want to spend 2 of those days on music, which means that there are 8 work days. So if we spend a day on each of these, which we probably don't need to spend a whole day on each of them, but yeah, if we spend a day on each of those, that'll leave 3, so 5 days for meat and 3 days for polish. Something like that. Hey, Scholar. And thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good Monday. Hope you all have a good weekend. So who knows if this plan will kind of stick. I mean, the 10 days until vacation, that plan is sticking. I booked the tickets already, so it's just a matter of how much stuff can we get done. And then there's no reason, well, maybe there is a reason. I was going to say there's no reason playtesting if I feel like there's nothing to playtest. Like, let's say we were making some like open world RPG and all we have is a weather system. It's like, we don't probably need to test that. If people aren't going to say, oh yeah, the weather system is fun, they're going to be like, where's the game? We have a bit of a game right now, but we don't have a lot of it. So let's see where we left off. And I'll jump right into the farming game. We should probably skip the dialogue. Farming game. Dialogue. Where are you, dialogue? I gotta change a bunch of things to our writer. All right, so let's stop both of these things. Oh, I gotta fix my posture too. Let me sit forward in this chair. Okay, so these things never go away. We should probably work on that. Yeah. Let's go handle that right now. Make question mark emojis go away if you skip the cutscene. This should be pretty simple. So here are all the question marks. They just stay on. I'll just turn them all off. Problem is now the animation player needs to turn them on again. So opening cutscene. Their self-modulate is set to nothing at first. Why don't we just start their self-modulate at nothing? Also, I can queue free these at some point. In fact, I probably should. Well, it probably doesn't matter too much. I want to over optimize first. Yeah, if we just start their self-modulate, it'll make it a little harder to see them though. Yeah, let's turn these back on. And I'll just change all of these. Visibility, self-modulate. Wait, what? It's already 0? Are these not reset? They aren't reset. Ah. Ah. So how do you do this? Click this button. Yes, perfect. And then do this. There we go. So now they're invisible. And now when I start this up, we should not see any question marks. I think they flickered there for like a second. Did they? Yes, perfect. And then do this. There we go. Going frame by frame. No, but the character moved from facing right to going to facing downward. But there were no question marks, right? Yeah, there were no question marks. Why is that the case? This reset thing should run. I don't really care. Yeah, I don't really care. Let's not worry about that. Plus, it's going to be covered up by the fade in that happened. So we'll check this in. So stop showing these emojis when skipping cutscene. All right. The whole reason I did this is because I wanted to be able to walk around in this farming game for a second. You will start outside your house. But it's not until you try walking into your house that we try to tell you like, oh, hey, you have to harvest 3 crops or you need to plant 3 crops. And that actually probably needs to tell you how to play the game. Hey, Boolean. Happy 10-day streak. How's it going? Indeed. How do we want to do this? Also, your house is boarded up? Wait, I didn't even realize that. You wouldn't be able to walk in. Hold on a second. Do they have something else? Exterior, maybe? They don't have... Oh, houses. Here we go. Maybe you just have one of these houses. I mean, it doesn't really matter what house graphic we use, right? I'm doing well. I'm feeling pretty good. Stuck in making broken tutorials. Hey, Matt. All right, let's go to that farming thing, Tiny Farm RPG. Because this picture is what I was kind of using to represent, like, this is what the farm could look like. But yeah, they have this boarded up one here. Maybe that's before you've, like, fixed up your house or something. This looks a little bit better. And even something like this could potentially work. No, let's start with a house like that. Yeah. And let's find which graphic we should use for this. Doghouse. I kind of just want like that one, I think. NPC houses. Oh yeah, this will be in the town. We'll put a bunch of those in. Yeah. We got to make the town at some point. Who knows? Maybe we can get to it today. Wizard's house, seriously? Is this like modeled directly after Stardew Valley? I don't know. I think this is like a step too far. It's like Stardew doesn't have a like a copyright on towers with vines growing up them, but It's very clear that they were like, yeah, let's try to let you have your own Stardew Valley here. Mm. All right, well, I like this one. I don't really like the color very much. There are different colors that we could add in, but for now, let's just start with that, I think. Yeah, a bit much. Unless they have this already split out, which they don't seem to. They have this one with like whatever looks like candy canes or something. And for winter, that's fine, but why does the one that's not wintry? Yeah, it still has those stripes. I think I'm kind of belaboring this a little bit. I think we could just go with this. Yeah. What does this one look like? Is that art on the wall? What is that? Oh, I think it's a planter in the window. Hey, Puppet, Cuddlefish, Irad. Is the tutorial done yet? It'll never be done. It'll never be done. Glad to see Skeleseller took off again after the Twitch front page. Yeah, I'm guessing that helped. I think also Royal Funk put out a video on Skeleseller. I don't know how well this did. Where is it? Wait, was it not Royal Funk? Funk Royal. That was the person's name. Where's the video they did? Anyway, it spawned a whole bunch of other German videos. Yeah, here we go. 21,000 views. It spawned a bunch of other German videos and reviews. Haven't had it bind? All right, yeah, let's go throw this in. I think this is a better house, and that way you've got a door you can actually enter. So we're gonna put this in over here. Assets, sprites, world, farm, house. Yeah, here. All right, so there's 3. I'm gonna plop in 3 instead of whatever I did. There's the house. All right, quick load. 3. You just got an upgrade. Yeah. Now let's get rid of 2. Delete. Maybe we need to save this first. Now it shouldn't say that there's no dependency now. All right, then we want to start the, we want to start this with the house like slightly, you're outside of your door basically. Okay, so we could do something like this, but then we need to move the dirt that I have here. Yeah. And I need to fix the collision shape too. Oh my God, why is it so hard to drag these things? Can I like turn this whole thing off so I can, yeah, nice. Okay, so one collision shape will be here. Whoops. Oh my God. Why is it so hard to do? All right, so there's that. This probably extends like to the back of the house, maybe to there or so. And then we make another one of these. Collision shape. New rectangle. That's pretty good. They don't need overlap, but the overlap doesn't really matter. We do something like that. Get an earring or something. I was thinking about your current project while walking the dog this weekend. I know you have a stance of not playing similar games, but do you have any strategies in place to avoid common pitfalls for those games, or make sure you're abiding or deliberately breaking the "this is how X is done"? So here's, I think there are a few answers I have here. One is we're still early on, and this is still unproven. And 2 is that I want the game to get goofier as you play it. So these first 2 games that we've talked about, the platformer and the farming game, they're more serious in terms of mechanics and kind of how much we break your expectations, because they're more to set up the story than to make you laugh. I want to get people invested on the storyline a little bit first. And there will be humor here and there is some humor, and just falling through a world I think is kind of interesting. But this sets the tone for like, hey, these are mostly real games. Then as we start to go on, they'll just get to be like zany games or mini games. One of the biggest concerns I have for the development of this is how long does this game take to make versus to play? So by the end of this month, we'll have spent about 1 month of coding. We'll have done one week of dedicated design, and we'll have done like 3 to 4 music streams. And all of that will probably take the player something like 5 to 10 minutes to experience. So if you we eventually need some games you can actually play in here and not just ones that you walk through. So anyway, that's my big concern for now. All right, so we have the house here. Let's move the ground layer a little bit. I'll just select this entire thing and paste this here and then delete that. And, whoops, not delete, turn into grass. There. And maybe even get rid of it a little bit more, maybe like that. Yeah. When you're building the game systems, it takes more time for lesser content. Yeah, but to be clear, these are not systems that we plan on revisiting. Like, how long have I spent on this farming game? This farming game is a set piece. It's not really a game for you to play. There is something you could do in the game. It's just not intended to be for that. So, like, I spent a long time getting, you know, the seeds to get planted, watering stuff. You can shovel things out. You don't need to do any of this, and there's no use of these mechanics. And there's like a dialogue system and everything. These are all like one-time things. With most games, you would be developing systems, and then you'd just be able to, yeah, you'd just be able to like make content for those systems. So I think that's what's going to be tough about this. All right, so now you have a new house, and we need to know when you've entered it. So after the cutscene, and after you've left this region, because we need some like door region here. Maybe we add another area 2D. Door area. Collision shape. All right, another rectangle. And I want to move this down here. You technically have to be in front of the door, so it's got to be like this area. But we need to know that you're pressing up when you're moving into it. Yeah. Hey, Kappa. All right, well, that's probably pretty good. So how do we do this? We can detect that your player has... Oh, whoops, I forgot to change this. Collision. This is technically world and player, right? Yeah. There's some confusion with players about the idle tag and what players felt that meant and what you felt that meant. Have you got ideas on how to avoid that? Remote hill in the sun. I'm not sure I understand that part of it. But yeah, I think marketing is going to be a little difficult for this too, because I don't want to give away too much. Like, I sort of just want people to go in blind. One of the things about Skeleseller that was kind of nice is when you go to the Steam page, it tells you that, like, it's obvious you're going to be a skeleton and everything, but people still play through the intro and they're like, oh, is this how I die? Like, they connect those 2 points. And that is a fun little discovery for the player. With this game, I think this, like, falling through the world and seeing a bunch of zany stuff, like, if you're not expecting zany stuff at first, you'll probably have a bad time. But if you know what that zany stuff is, you'll probably also have a bad time. So we need to, like, set the tone that this is going to be a bit goofy, but not share exactly how. Yeah, I think that'll be difficult. Hey, Franken. I had a good weekend. I spent a lot of time gaming. I just wanted to relax for a bit. Do you expect the content generation to stay linear, like 6 months to 60 minutes of gameplay, or 12 months, 120 minutes? Probably, unfortunately, because like I said, this game is a collection of sub-games that you're not really supposed to engage with for too long. And that's what I think the problem is with this. So we have a collection of these sub-games. It's like, okay, by the end of this, I'll have done the platformer and the farming game, and a bit of the Architect's Realm, which isn't really a game, not a game, but... And we have some systems that we'll be able to reuse. And I'll have learned a lot about Godot and everything. But then later on, we're going to do like a space shooter and a card game and a racing game and whatever else. And some of these, like this one might last for 3 minutes, and this one might last for 4 minutes, and this one might last for whatever, 5 minutes or something. So what we could do is we could add other objectives within those games. So it's like, well, you could try to move on. But I feel like that is not really the point. I think there's also a potential problem here with, and I wrote this down for myself for later, which is players may expect to actually play these games. Like in some way, it's kind of like Chekhov's gun. you don't have a gun in Act 1 unless it's going to go off by the end of Act 3. It's like we're showing you all these enticing games, but you can't actually play them. So some people might be like, what? Like, what is this? It wasn't all Slay 2. I did play a lot of Slay 2, though. I played the finals as well. Slay 2 released a new patch that made the region very fun. I did not find them fun beforehand. But yeah, hey, Basharis. Yeah, it was the finals in Slay 2. Oh, just painting a picture. Okay, yeah. I see. I read all the words of your message correctly, but I interpreted it in a different way. I thought it was a reference to something like a tragedy of the commons kind of thing. You were saying like side of a remote hill in the sun is how you were thinking about it instead of where you were thinking about it. Yeah. All right. So yeah, how are we going to do this? So the way I'm thinking is we detect when the player has entered this, but we need to know which direction they're facing to know that you were pressing up to get there, which means that the player would actually check to see if it collided with the door. Because somewhere here we handle velocity and then we do move and slide. Yeah, here. Da, 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 da. How about this? Let's just try something here. Let's go into, here's the house. Let's get the house its own script. So farming game, add house, or like your house. No, probably just house. Yeah. So this is a partial class node 2D. And then I wanted to have the door area there. So there we go. So private area 2D door area. There we go. Now we get a on body entered. So if it's a player, we need to check to see if they were moving up. How about this? Let's just start with collided door plus player collision. And then we need to, well, we're going to eventually need some sort of signal here. So public event action player entered. Farm game. Private house. And go fetch that. And whoops. And house dot player entered plus equal player entered house. All right, you entered the house. So for right now, it's going to print out both things. Let's just try it out. Hey, Karada. Is it the same interaction as entering the architect room? Not quite, because you don't need to press up to enter the architect room. Did I forget to save something? House door area. I did not forget to save something here. Let's stop both of these things. I want to try this again. It's going to fail again, but I want to find out why. Unable to cast a sprite 2D to a house. Oh, I forgot to give it the script, man. Yeah, I usually did this through Godot, but it caused some issue. Oh, right, it makes a solution file when I do it through Godot now, which is why I have to do it through Rider. All right, so now we're getting some, yeah, door player collision, invalid UID, that's fine. And then we're stuck in here. This is just an area 2D though. Oh, I'm stuck inside the house, I see. So your collision is actually what's wrong here. Yeah, where is your collision? Where is it? There it is, collision shape. Like, why is it so hard for me to find? Yeah, so your collision should really just be like your feet, or maybe, I don't know, whatever just feels good. Probably that. Maybe even shrink this a little bit. No, we don't even need to. Okay, let's try that. So now hopefully there's no collision. No, there still is. All right, visible collision shapes. Let's go try it out. There must be overlap, right? No, there's no overlap. Just with the door. But the door shouldn't be stopping you. Let me turn this off for a second. Monitoring off. This is not a static body. No, there's still an issue. What is the issue? Huh. I didn't change any other code, right? I just moved where this house is. So it's not the door. What else did I change? Oh, I deleted move and slide? Oh my God. I don't know how this is happening. I don't feel like I used to make mistakes like that. I never meant to delete that. Like, obviously, if I delete the movement code, you won't be able to move anymore. Yeah. All right, so this does look a little bit better. It looks like you can walk kind of up to your house. Yeah, you can walk behind the roof. We got to fix that at some point. I'm not going to worry about that right now. And you can walk behind the house over here. Yeah, so it looks like you should be able to probably walk starting maybe like here-ish. So we should cut that down. This is polish. I should not be focusing on too much though. So let's just make this fast. There. And that just changed it in the game directly. So now we can test it out. So now you can walk behind your house. That's pretty realistic, I think. Okay, great. So once you collide with this, it'll say, yep, door and player collision. It is not triggering an event yet. Hey, Codingram. All right, so go over to house and emit that event. But we need to know that the player was moving upward. So we need to either keep track of that on the player. I mean, I guess let's just put a breakpoint here. Maybe we can find out from this. I don't think velocity is going to be set though. And it's got to be if you're in the region and you press up. So maybe we just track that you're in a region to enter a house. I got to think of how that's going to work still. This is getting hit immediately. Oh, because you're in the house region immediately. And then once you're in it, yeah, it won't help you at all. Okay, so if I do this, let's say I move from the right. If I do player.velocity. Okay, it does keep track of that. But yeah, unfortunately, this is not what we need to do. We need to know that you're in the region and then you pressed up. You're moving upward. Is there a way to get regions that you're colliding with? Well, you don't have access to the farming game here. Godot area 2D, check which areas you're colliding with. I think there's get overlapping bodies. And I think this function is not the... I'll just search for that. Overlapping bodies, yeah. Area 2D. Overlapping bodies, here it is. Or overlapping areas, that's probably fine. Returns a list of intersecting areas. Overlapping areas, collision layer must be part of this one. For performance reason, this is modified once during the physics step. Consider using signals instead. The thing is, I want to know once you're in this area, I guess we could just set a flag, keep track that you're in it, and then when that flag is true and you moved up, then consider you to be entering the house. In which case, we might want to move this a little bit. All right. Hey, Phil. So let's go keep track of that. Which means we also need something for like player has left this. Player exited. I don't think I'm doing this in the best way. This is exited. And we don't need this now. And entered turns into exited. So now in the farming game where we have player entered on player, it's not even really exited the house. It's like exited the door region. You got to rename these things. All right, so all I'm planning on doing here is keeping track of a Boolean here, like is in door region equals false. Is in door region equals true. Ooh, 45 streams. Big man on campus. Okay. So now we just check when you moved up. This is where having the player know that the game is here would probably be helpful. Alternatively, we need some action that's like moved upward. And then we put that in physics process. If velocity, where's the velocity? Yeah, velocity.y is what, less than 0? I always forget how this works. Yeah, moved upward, dot invoke. And then in the farming game, we get that. Moved upward. On player. Moved upward. So if is in door region, then print you would have entered the house. All right, there we go. Let's try that out. So if we just press up now, yeah, it says you would have entered the house a bunch of times. How do we clear this? Trash button. Okay, yeah. So if I'm over here and I press up, we're not close enough that I think it should have worked. And it also worked here too. So maybe we want to shrink this down to like, oh, not that. There's got to be a better way to do this. Yeah, maybe something like that. All right, now in terms of entering the house, how do we want this to work? So how do we want entering the house to work? Option 1 is a cutaway view. I already said this is probably a bad idea because the houses need to be quite large on the outside for that. What's Hatton Captain? Captain? I said that stupidly. Hey, Mr. Defense. How you doing? We are working on game dev today, which we're pretty much doing every day. Option 2 is a transition to inside the house. This is what I'm leaning toward. But is there some other thing we could do here? No, not really. It's kind of just those two, at least for this style of game and given the tile set that we have. And I think this is pretty reasonable. So I think we go with option 2. So now we need an inside of the house. So this is, we'll make a new scene. Inside your house. And there's going to be a bed in here, so we need a script. Yeah, I'm glad we're doing this, but there is quite a lot of work for this. Inside your house. Or maybe like your house interior. That's probably better. Yeah. Partial class node 2D. Go include that. All right, so now back over to here, we change this to, whoops. Save this in the farming game. Your house interior. Okay, and then let's put something here just to make it clear that this will eventually have something. So I'm going to just drag this over to here a couple times, and it'll be obvious that there's something in the house, although it shouldn't be another bunch of houses. That would be pretty funny, though. Yeah, don't forget to add the script. Good idea. Okay. So we need to transition to this scene from within the farming game. And the game itself needs to have a, like, it's got to be its own scene manager. So we have an audio stream player. Should the same music play inside your house? Yeah, probably. But yeah, as for the rest of this, like the world, the player, the tutorial man, this would all be in a different scene, right? I'm just trying to think about how best I want to manage this because there are other things we could do here. I think the best thing in terms of scene hierarchy would be to have a like a manager node. We should probably genericize this. Hey, Hills of Gold. We probably do have a good door opening sound. Yeah, and hey, Kojan. So we had something like this for Skeleseller. It's kind of just our main class. We had a scene transition here. But one of the other difficulties we're going to have is that we might want to keep the old scene around. In fact, we definitely do, because we can't reconstruct it. Need to keep the old scene around, or at least have the option to. Hey, Mevin, say goose. That way we don't have to save/load everything. However, we want it to be paused. So our scene is mostly going to be something like this. Farming game, like common across, what do we call this? Like rooms almost. And maybe there's a music player here. Then we have the like current room, and then we have paused rooms. So if your current room is the world, or maybe we call it the exterior, then the paused room would be your house interior. And we like swap between these two as needed. It does mean we'd be loading in every house, but this won't be a very large game or anything, so that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, but even exterior is going to be divided into different sections, right? We'll have like your house exterior, then like town. NPC house 1 interior, etc. Yeah. Okay. I think I want to do this. I just want to poke holes at this for a little bit longer and just think about it. So yeah, when we transition, we want to play a fade out, a fade in, and in between we would move the child to the right parent node. Okay, it can sit. Oh wow, you've been following since 2017. What's this first time chat message? I don't think Twitch kept chat history for that long though, so it is possible you typed something a long time ago. But hi. Yeah, I think I want to do this. So we should probably like check in and get ready for this. So this is done. Make a scene structure that will let us transition. Yeah. Okay. You don't want to just set process fault on the pause nodes? Yeah, I would do that. But I want to keep track of what our current node is, because all of these are going to be hidden visually. Hide these. How big do you want the farming game to be? Is this going to be similar like Heyday? I don't know what Heyday is, but the farming game is almost done. Oh wait, I think I've played Heyday. I did not like this game. Yeah, so I think that's the kind of game you're supposed to play over the course of like a year or something. This is going to be probably like 5 minutes. Yeah. All right, so we should clean up what I've done so far and yeah, clean up what I've done so far. And then when you transition back into this scene, this would be true again. Yeah. All right, so we might as well just check this in. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want it to keep starting the opening cutscene. Maybe I should have some like debug flag. How much of this do I want to do right now? How about this? Yeah, let's go change this around a little bit. I know what I'm gonna do. I don't see the need to move stuff around in the scene tree. Yeah. You could just set pause on each individual node. What I was thinking is you just make this hidden and sets process mode to false. And that way all you need to do is just move something from pause to current or current to paused. But both ways work. I don't know how expensive it is to actually move something in the scene hierarchy. I guess if that is expensive, then actually, wait, this doesn't even need to be in the scene tree now that I think about it. I guess that's the important part. It could just be out of the scene tree. I'll think about that. This doesn't even need to be in the scene tree. Although if it's not, then we have to free all of these when we dispose of the farming game. Is there any benefit to not having them there? I don't know. Well, yeah, let's not think about that yet. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to go make an enumeration here. Private enumeration. We'll call this like starting state. So there's going to be play normally, play cutscene, and just play dialogue. And then we're going to do a start. Actually, I guess we could just put a switch here. Starting state equals play normally. Starting state. This is a little bit weird. I don't have proper cheats in the game yet, so I'm kind of doing things this way. Ingvar, thank you for the resub. Happy 50 months. It's quite the long time. Okay, so play cutscene is good. Just play dialogue is this. And the last one is case. What is the last one? Wait, play normally is play the cutscene. What am I talking about? So there's got to be a like starting state dot skip or like free play. And here we just do nothing. Yeah. So where'd these go? Here it is. Play normally, play cutscene. No, just play dialogue and free play. This is mostly for debugging so that we don't have to skip through a bunch. All right, so if I hit F5 right now, it's going to fail because of this. This is play normally. And I want this in its own function too. Oh, right. I'm on play normally. I did not mean play normally. I meant free play. Okay, so extract all this into its own function. Refactor, extract method. Yeah, initialize starting state, sure. So this is intentional right now. I don't know a better way to do this. Maybe we exported this. You could set it through the scene. Maybe we just ignore this for this function. Disable once in comment. Yeah, now what's it complaining about here? Convert in a constant. Yeah, sure. And then what about this? Some cases are not processed. Yeah, I know. Disable with pragma. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so I can put this around the whole switch statement. But I want to disable this with a pragma as well. And there's no way to do that because this is not a C# inspection. It's something else. Disable and file with comment. Can I do this here? If I put this here, and then here I re-enable it, Actually, what if I do that? It should find it again? No. I don't know how you re-enable this. Because if I turn this off, it'll find these. How do I temporarily turn off? Enable via comment? Man. Where's the official documentation on this? Disable via comment. Ignore parts of the code. I don't see something for this. Disable once. So there's no re-enable this? Yeah, there. Disable or enable specific code inspections. You just can't do this through a comment? No, apparently not. All right, so then we would need a disable once for all of this. Fine. It's a shame. Oh, disable and restore with comments. Oh, it's restore, not enable. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, great. There we have it. And then what's this complaining about? Add default? I don't really need that. Okay. Yeah, great. All right, so I want to check this in. I probably just make a field called current room and make a setter for that. That hides and sets process false for the other locations. Yeah, like I said, I don't know the cost of reparenting a node, but it does only happen at scene transitions. So even if it costs like 5 milliseconds or something, it probably won't be noticeable. But yeah, both ways work. This we've deleted, right? Is this showing as deleted? I don't know. I don't understand. Maybe no, yeah, I don't understand this. Is this actually on my system? 2.png? No, it's not there anymore. Why doesn't this indicate that it was deleted? What if I change to that other view? Where's that? Staging area. Yeah, here it's a little bit more obvious that they're deleted, I guess. But it's still actually not super obvious. Oh well. Hey, Leaper Girl. Oh, nice. I hope you have a good time. I hope the panic eases up. So we just want to check this in. Yeah, this, whoops. And then whatever's at the bottom here, the enumeration. I just want these lines and maybe the new line before it. So add a way to control the farming, allow controlling farming start state. There we go. Then we want to add in your house. This is good for now. That's probably fine. Moved upward. I'm still not certain I like this idea. This stuff changed. Yeah, that's fine. House is now here. Oh, and I want to rename these things. I should go do that first. And then we added in the actual like house stuff, right? Your house interior. We can't actually switch to this yet. So this is not player entered. This is like player entered door region. And this is player exited door region. And then we got to rename whatever listens for this. On player entered door region. Maybe house door region. Is indoor region. Yeah, perfect. Okay, great. Yeah, I don't think this is a nice way of doing things. I feel like if we had like 10 houses, you can enter them all. I don't want to keep track of all those different states. So I guess once we get to NPC houses, we should refactor this. Or maybe you just can't enter NPC houses. I don't know. Maybe it spawns a dialogue or something. Hey, Pressel, happy Monday. Okay, so set up for entering your house. I used a different house graphic that doesn't look like it has a boarded up door. There is code to detect that you've entered the house, but no code to handle entering the house. Good. Good, good, good. Wait, why didn't these things get checked in? Amend. How are you feeling this week? I'm feeling pretty good. I mentioned this earlier, but the plan is to get the outline for the rest of the story painted in, and then we can fill in the details as we go. So we have 5 more main things. You got to be able to enter your house, and like you have to go to sleep. And then you enter a different game. Then you go back to the Architect's Realm. Then you go back to the farming game. And now you need to be able to go to town. And then the ending portal. Yeah. So yeah, depending on how fast we can get through this, we can get to fleshing out the details and everything. I'd like to have all these things done by like Thursday this week, because I plan on doing a music stream on Friday. So this is finished. So now make a scene structure that'll let us transition. Yeah, this shouldn't be too crazy. So we're going to make a new node or a new scene altogether. And it's going to be called something like, what's it called? Your house exterior. It's really like your farm. Maybe just call it farm. Farm zone. I don't know. And then let's save a new like zones thing in here. Farm zone. I don't know. Just call it farm. Let's call this farm. No, this should be called farm zone. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine. Now entering the farm zone. Sonic the Hedgehog comes in, jumps on a spring, destroys your house. A bunch of animals that get set free. Actually, it'd be funny in that game where you're supposed to put a bunch of rings on your finger if there's some like blue hedgehog just salivating looking at you. Not the kind of rings he's interested in. But Pavlov works wonders anyway. All right, so we got to move a bunch of things over to the new scene. So it has all of this stuff. The player, I guess. Player get recreated every time we do this. What did the weekend look like? A lot of gaming. A lot of the finals in Slay the Spire. And then some, like a minor amount of productive stuff. I did some music production. I'm pretty happy with the chiptune thing I've got for the platformer. It took a while to figure out. Feeling refreshed? Oh, yeah. I'm feeling pretty good. I've been excited to work on this game. I think that the reality of how much work it's going to be will probably set in May or in June. Want to hear the platform music? It'll be Friday, I think, is when I'll show it. Pragmata. What is that? Oh, a game. Interesting. When did I start learning coding? Take a look at this, Uno. Now, welcome in. Yeah, I'll probably develop. I don't know, actually. I don't know how I feel about this. I think doing an entire day of music streams might not be a great idea. Like, maybe I should just spend Thursday doing music. But I want to try one more time. And then, yeah, maybe we come to a conclusion after this Friday of whether I should be devoting that much time to it. See whether it's a good idea to devote the whole day to this or if I should shift it to Thursdays as a half day. I think that once I have some foundation, it's not too bad working in FL Studio. But Renoise was really slowing me down. Eocleus? You already got the dopamine hit from the document creation? No, I mean, I'm still excited even working on this. And I think each game will be fun. I can't get it out of the back of my head or even the front of my head that I don't want to spend 2 years making a game that people are like, yeah, I'd pay $2 for that. Like, I think that'd just be a problem. Hey, Celsola. Are you going to hold anything back story game wise from streaming so that even those of us who've seen the game being made, are there some surprises? I don't think I'm going to hold anything back, no. The one thing I am doing is like, okay, let's say you were here for the first design streams, which was the first week. Like, you know my whole story plan. Everyone who asks now, I'm just like, oh yeah, I've got an idea for this and I'm not going to share it anymore. So like, if you wanted, you could just go watch the VODs. But for anyone who shows up on day, like, 132, I just won't share what happens in the story. And they'll catch snippets of it here and there. But by then, hopefully on day 132, we've got like, I don't know, 7 sub games at least. And you'll see me working on like sub game number 7 at the time. Maybe I dip back into 6 for a little bit. But you don't know what the other 5 sub games would be. And yeah, if you didn't watch me play the game from start to finish, you just wouldn't see what those are. Another thing I've been thinking about is when I did the stream on Friday, I played through Skeleseller from the beginning. I don't think playing through it ruins the game for anybody. But I think if I were to play through this whole game, that it would kind of ruin it. And that's another effect, which is like there either had to be a lot of little details because a lot of people watch an influencer play a game and they're like, oh, now I'm not going to play it because I already watched it. So I need to make the game fun for you to play. It's kind of an interesting thing because like 20 years ago, you didn't have to think about that at all. It's like if your friend played a game and you were there watching them, then that didn't scale. It's not like you watched it's not like 10,000 people were watching one friend play the game. And it's not like you could go on, well, actually, I guess YouTube did exist 20 years ago. But still, it's not like YouTube was huge for that yet. And like, so what if 2 friends played one copy of a game or they shared it out? It's not like drastically changing sales. But yeah, now an influencer plays a game, 30,000 people watch. How many of those people would buy it if they're just like, well, I saw what the game has to offer now? So yeah. Have you decided to give up on Renoise? For now, yes. But I don't think I'll never open it again. I think the idea behind it for me was that it could have increased my productivity with making certain kinds of music. And it didn't end up doing that, but I didn't give it a lot of a chance yet. So like, let's say it's, QWERTY keyboard versus Colmac or something. And let's say you're typing at 80 words per minute and you could somehow prove you'll eventually get to 90. You can then figure out, oh, if it's going to take a year, is it worth it for me? Or if it's going to take a month, is it worth it for me? Or who knows, however long it's going to take, because there's going to be an improvement. But you don't know this stuff ahead of time. So it's like I tried this thing out to see what the workflow is going to be, but I didn't actually learn the whole workflow and get proficient at it. And I don't know if it would have been better if I had. And how long would it take to do that? Would it be like 2 years of working in it to feel like, okay, well, now I finally understand everything? Feels like you played it if you watched someone else play a lot of it. Yeah. Yeah. About the art and artificial intelligence presented by a science journalist. Oh, cool. That sounds nice. Yeah, you have to tell us how that went. All right, so we were moving some things over into this farming game, and I was debating on whether to move the player over there. But let's start by moving some of this stuff over. Is there an easy way to do this? No, I think we just have to copy paste. I mean, that's fine. I don't mind doing that. So add node to D, call this environment. and then paste in those three things. So there's our world. So now we can delete them from here. Then put our house over there. Then the player. Actually, man, this is what's difficult about this. We need these to render in the right order and everything. But I guess I want the farming game to have access to the player pretty much all times. I think it just has to be a really high quality product. Yeah. Yeah. I do wonder, like, what if we made this game and it was an hour long or 2 hours long? But I'll have some more insight into that stuff as we progress. The other thing is kind of like with Skeleseller. It's like I could have stretched that game out to be 15 hours long or something. And I just didn't want to. So yeah, we could stretch this game out, but I want it to be fun stuff. Yeah. Okay, well, this is gonna break everything. This should all probably be inside the farm scene because that's where that animation player is actually needed. But it controls the dialogue, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Okay, this is gonna be a mess, isn't it? Yeah, this is gonna be a mess. Maybe we inject in the player. And we should just keep the zone to what's in the zone. Probably. So we put this back over here. Whoops. That just quit. Oh my God, I hate when that happens. Oh, and now I don't have anything in the zone anymore. And it's not in here either. Oh, that's fun. Well, I mean, we can just revert this. Yeah. All right. So paste in the environment, save that, save this. Now paste in the house. That's also fine. Save and save. So now we have the NPCs and stuff. Those probably would not be exclusive to a particular zone. So maybe we just make some like character node. Character node. And we put in the player and tutorial man in there. And then I don't know what we do about the animation player. So this calls some functions in the animated sprite of what exactly? The tutorial man? Yeah, we just wouldn't be able to do this. And Roger, I haven't heard of this. Huh. Yeah, that sounds like a tearjerker kind of game. Very interesting idea. Best going blind, yeah. That's what I want people to say about this game. Okay, so I need to take a break. But yeah, this is a bit of a problem. I need to figure out how we'll handle animations. Like, should the tutorial man just be part of the farm zone? I don't think so. I think it should have its own animations. They'll just be hard to get everything working properly if I do that. All right. Well, let's kick off the break. Is it jump time? Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hi, ABC, hey Semper Fi. And hi, Strawn and Juan. Close the game. So, where we left off was trying to figure out how we'll actually split these scenes. And part of the problem here is that Animation Player kind of dips into everything. So, as an example here, we know that there's an animated sprite on Tutorial Man, and then we can call a node on it or call a function on it. That requires us to have the Tutorial Man there in the scene. If it's not there in the scene, then what we need to do is call a function on the farm that tells it to play an animation in the Tutorial Man when that node exists. Yeah. So yeah, problem. I want to put, well, I guess context. I want to put the like the environments in their own scenes. So like farm zone, house interior. I don't know where to put like player, for example. Option one would be instantiate them into the scene so that the animation player can control them directly. Option two is have the farm instantiate them. The animation player would then need to call a method in farm. So I guess the pros of this is really easy to see what's going on directly in the scene. The cons, we need to instantiate. I guess like we can't easily, well, we could customize players. Yeah, we need to instantiate the NPCs into the scene. Maybe there are a couple other things we could do. And then any customizations, e.g., if you're wearing a hat, would need to happen after that instantiation. Or no, would need to happen when initializing the scene. So pros, we could literally reuse the player object. Cons, it becomes harder to see what the animation player is doing. And we need to manifest a bunch of methods just to, yeah, just to do what the animation player would have been able to do. We can mitigate this with an animation player in the player themselves and then just call a function there. Yeah, and by the way, Oakleus, that extra stuff will get rejected. So like these two things are the same message. Or let me type it like this. These, all three of these are the same message in terms of Jump Royale. Yeah, okay, so I don't know the best way to do this. Let's go look at farm player again. Not like that. So this has an animation player, but they're all just animations specifically for this. The other thing is we could make like can make a system that will help with cutscenes. We tell the player to move to a location, and when they're done, it calls a callback that would let us handle something else. I think this is more tedious. 7TD adds some spaces at the end. That's an interesting idea. Huh. That allows people to just spam. Excuse me. I don't think this is a good idea. This is option 3. Pros, we could do whatever we want. Cons, this is a lot of work for our scenarios. So in our particular case, option 1 is probably the easiest. Probably the fastest and probably meets our needs for this particular game. Like if we were making Stardew Valley, for example, we probably want some like general cutscene system that'll let us call in any function we need wherever, and it just knows how to handle that. It's not too different from this method, at least. Like our animation player could still call things. It's just, so here's what I'm talking about. We have an animation player in here, and let's say we have this opening cutscene. So if I just advance this right now, you can see like these question marks just showed up on this character. The way we're able to do this is because the question marks are just right there in the scene. So this animation player just gets a reference to that and then makes them show up. Easy peasy. If the player's not even in the scene, we can't do that anymore. We instead need to change it to a function call on what is in the scene. So the farming game, for example, where we say show question marks. And then the player itself has some way of doing that. That's fine, it works. But then all you'll see is a green node here at the beginning, like at 0, saying play question marks. And you won't know at this point, like, oh, they're all visible, versus at this point, only 1 or 2 are visible. And the others are starting to become visible. So like here we can just drag this timeline thing and it's easy to time everything. That's the difficulty. And I don't know what the best solution for this would be. Yeah. Like we would just have a function saying show question marks, but we wouldn't know the timing to know whether they're all visible at 4 seconds in or at 7 seconds in. Yeah. Now we could make a custom tool that makes that part easier. But yeah, I still think option 1 is probably the best here. Is there something I'm missing though? This is the kind of thing I want to ask AI just to like check my work. Because right now we have a bunch of non-animated stuff in the scene. And this is fine. Is there some other thing I could do here that like the tutorial man might show up in a cutscene. So for example, what happens in Stardew is, let's say you enter a person's house. There are these things called friendship events. When that happens, it plays a cutscene first. That cutscene is a separate scene. It doesn't try taking them from the world. And then when you're done, it like fades out and goes to a different thing. So we basically would instantiate in, yeah, like cutscenes. I don't remember how this works. Why isn't the player its own scene? It is its own scene. I just happen to have editable children on. Wait, no, I happen to add in some question marks over here. But yeah, this is its own scene. I don't remember in Stardew what happens when someone comes to your farm in the morning. Is that a cutscene? I think it is. So like you skip through it and then it shows you your farm again. But I think it also does something to show you like this is what your farm looks like. Because yeah, every once in a while someone comes and drops something off and it doesn't just use some like canned farm. So they have some way of initializing that. Yeah, I guess this is another way we could do this. Where did that option go that I have written down? Did I close this? Did I seriously? Why would I do that? I wasn't done writing. Oh, wait, no, here it is. So option 4 could have cutscenes be their own entire scenes that have everything they need and then transition out. It's fine if there's no real input needed. I think we just go for option 1. Just instantiate stuff into the scenes. Yeah. I'm going to copy paste this into my stream of consciousness document just in case I ever want to consult with this again. And yeah, I do think I want to ask AI, like, what does it propose for something like this? So let's load this up. I want to just ask it a question. But if I do anything over here, it's going to try planning out a change. Like, I don't actually want it to make any code changes. Also, yeah, okay, so what scene is this? This is farming game. Yeah, farming game. Okay, so in farming game.tscn, we have, I remember what Magnetic Mind said about the at tagging stuff, but it doesn't work the same way that I would expect over here. Like if I type farming game.tscn, it doesn't show up. And scrolling this is also a little bit weird. It keeps scrolling to the top again. And I tried pathing to it and like, yeah, you can see that it's, oh, maybe it's just, oh, hey, there it is. But how do I select it? I didn't, okay, that's why it's scrolling up. It must be populating this list with like everything. All right, that's just a bad experience, I guess. No, wait, maybe it's done populating? I still can't scroll down to the thing I want to get to. Mr. Outrageous, thanks for the resub. Happy half year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, this is just terrible UX. And it doesn't show on top for some reason either, even though this is the most relevant choice. I mean, I don't really need to select it from here. Yeah, anyway. Farming game, we have an animation player that changes the properties of several nodes in the scene. I am debating on moving some of these nodes to another scene. Actually, I guess if they're in another scene, we could just modify them as editable children. So I guess I'm debating on instantiating, e.g. farming player or like tutorial man. Debating on instantiating some of these nodes from code, which would mean that I couldn't use the animation player in the editor to see exactly how these animations are timed with one another. Edible children? Editable. I was like, what did I say, Remy? I don't even know what I'm trying to ask this thing right now. Maybe I should just give it my notes and say, what do you think about this? Probably having a smooth transition between, say, dialogue and being able to move around is quite nice for this game. Yeah, I'll just give it these notes and just say, what do you think? Okay, so I wrote some notes when considering a change to farming game.tscn. Could you make sense of these and see if there's some option I'm not considering? So this is interesting because if the AI can do a good job with this, then yeah, I'd be pretty impressed. I have it at the high. Let's keep it. Let's set it to extra high. Oh, I care about quota, right? All right, let's see what it does. It's mostly just. I think most of the context is here. I don't know how much is going to need to dip into the code for this too. Probably the scene file. Then maybe it decides to go look into like player and tutorial man or something. Also, for what it's worth, if this didn't tell me anything, I'd probably just go this route. Because that's what I'm debating on right now. Yeah. So yeah, I'm curious about this. I don't actually really want it to code anything for me right now. Well, I will say I was using it yesterday for some really straightforward changes. Like we have a life bar in the game, and I wanted to just have it flash when it was at low life. Like I've written looping tweens before. I've done this sort of thing before. I just didn't have to write it myself, and that was nice. I also found out about this syntax, so that wasn't from the AI. This is from Ryder telling me. But have you ever seen this before in C#? Because apparently this is valid. I don't know as of when, but it's kind of interesting because the way you typically write this is if percent is greater than this and percent is less than this. Hey, PG King. Or not even and, sorry. You wouldn't write that. You'd write this. So this is what I'm used to. Yeah, it's cool that you can do this because this is clearer for a human, I would say. Like, oh, it's greater than 0 and less than life threshold. This reads exactly like English, except for the F. Now it reads exactly like English. So yeah, that's neat. Is this going to use all my quota for this? I know I said I didn't really care, and I don't really care, but I am curious to get an idea of this. I think there's a fifth option you're missing. It's the most natural fit for what's already there. Interesting. This is exactly why I asked this. It's exactly how I'd write that if statement when I just started programming. Yeah, and Python, I think, I didn't know about the pattern matching thing, but Python lets you ignore the parentheses. So I don't know if you could do that syntax, but you'd need a colon at the end still. Other than that, it looks pretty natural. Anyway, I like this. I like the writer tells me about that stuff. I don't actually want it to write a plan, Drat. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, well, I am curious about this fifth option. Is that a new feature? I believe so, yeah. I forgot what it's called. C#. Yeah, I don't know what it's even called. I guess what we could do is we could change it back to if percent is greater than 0 and percent is less than low life threshold. Yeah, merge into pattern. So that's what it's called. C# pattern comparison has a certain shape. Yeah, what is this? It was in 2025 at the very least. Pattern matching. Which version number was this in? Huh. Maybe this has been in for a long time and I just never used it for like greater than signs and stuff. Oh, I think I have done this, but only in terms of switch expressions. I thought it was part of switch expressions. Which subscription am I on? I'm on the $20 a month one, which I think is called Pro. Am I hitting the usage limit? I have for the 5-hour limit. I think the 5-hour limit is pretty restrictive, especially during work hours. But I haven't hit the weekly limit yet. I signed up 8 days ago, and then my limit reset on Thursday. So it took 5 days for the limit to reset, even though it said it was going to take 2 more days. Ojun, thank you for the resub. Happy 14 months. And hey, Sockton. Do it in the chat or build mode. It shouldn't produce a plan or edit anything. Typically good. Yeah. Oh, hey, nice. I proposed a plan. Okay, so how do I open this? Preview. Where to put player when extracting farm zone and house interior. Want to extract the environments out of this, put them in their own, trying to figure out where player lives. Your 4 options all assume that the zone scene itself owns the cutscene playback. That premise doesn't match what the scene actually is today. Are all siblings at the farming game root? The animation tracks reference. those things. None of those nodes are environment. Yeah, this is stupid. I don't think I made it clear from the notes that I want to have player be in multiple different scenes. Mm, yeah, this is part of it too. It's considering what I have right now. All right, so how much of that? I don't want to accept this at all. I'll save this plan somewhere. I don't know. It doesn't matter because I don't really need this. Plan.md. But yeah, let me go take a look at what usage that just cost me. That was 18% of the 5 hour limit. Yeah. So you get like one query per hour of that size. Anyway, I don't think this is the best idea. I think it's still just to go with option one. If we wanted to yeah, because we also have some specific nodes that we only want in some of these scenes. Yeah. Am I using Opus 4.7? Yeah, I was. Yeah. I don't know why I'm so torn on this. I think part of this is like whatever I figure out here, I probably won't be able to totally reuse for future sub games, but I want to still keep track of the ideas. Is this a new game? This is new from Skeleseller, yeah, but this is not new from the last like kind of 3 weeks. So if you saw me working on a platformer, that's part of this game. This is many different genres. All right, all right, all right, all right. I mean, I guess I should consider this option 5 that it said, which is just put player and tutorial man in the root scene. We need all NPCs to be there, though. Like every possible one you'd modify. Because once we get to the town scene or the town zone, we'll have like NPC 1, NPC 2, NPC 3. And I guess there's no animation player needed for any of that, is there? Because it's not a cutscene. Although, no, eventually you do. There's a cutscene in the form of meeting Sidekick. They'll walk up to you. It'll cut out your input. We want to animate that stuff. I think we should just use nodes that are in the scene, though. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're just going to go with option 1. All right, great. So then let's just do that. Yeah, so that means we need to copy pretty much all of this stuff over there. Do we do anything here with the dialogue? Dialogue runner we call start. I mean, that's here. And that does get access to the dialogue runner. This whole canvas layer, though, should probably be like a dialogue system that I export to its own scene. And if we do that, it's going to break this. There's also this done with opening dialogue. What do we do? Change the position, change an animation, and call a function giving you input again. Yeah, that's all pretty reasonable. Hey, bums. Yeah. Now, does dialogue exist in every scene? Because if so, we could leave it here at the root. But then this would need to call a function on farm zone, which probably needs access to the farming game to be able to tell it to do a certain thing. And what is the certain thing that it's doing? It is calling the start dialogue. Yeah, I think this is reasonable. Yeah, I think this is reasonable. We call some stuff on player on tutorial line. Okay, yeah. So we're going to take all of this out of here and paste it into the farm scene. That is going to break this thing's... Yeah, this doesn't exist anymore. So now we delete them from here. And then the farm zone, we need to make a like a farm game zone parent that everything inherits from. Except for they need to inherit at the scene level too. Could I just give them all a script? I'm not totally sure yet. Let's just go try it. Scene, subgame, farming, zones. Okay, yeah. Zone base. No, that's stupid. Call it base zone. Edit, delete. Oh wait, we could just rename it. Okay, so this is a partial class that inherits from node 2D. And then this needs an init, public virtual void init, that takes in the farming game and then just saves it off. And then puts this here. Farming game equals null. Okay. Now we need the farming game to be able to initialize this. So we should put in the farm zone here. Cool. Put this right there. And I don't know which ones of these we need to save off. So how about we just start with this? Farm. We don't have a script for that? Yeah, I never added a script. Add class, farm zone. All right, so I think this needs to be partial as well. And it inherits from base zone. It doesn't need to do anything else here. Then the farming game can go get that. Farm zone equals get. Cool. All right, so that's looking good. We initialize this. This needs to have its script. And then from here, we get this thing calls start dialog forget. Or sorry, yeah, start dialog forget start. So we need to put that in here now. So this would be private void start dialog, which now needs to call into the, this needs to be protected, which means we should change this into a proper, wait, can I do it this way? Protected. Why does it say farming game? Get private set. That looks good. So now the farm zone can access that. Farming game dot, and then it needs to run something on the dialog runner. Maybe it should just emit a signal. I mean, that's another way we could do this. It just emits a signal going upward. Yeah. All right. I think that's probably smarter. I don't know. I know I'm waffling on a lot of this stuff. So public event action question mark. What do we call this? Started dialogue. But this needs to pass in something else here. What is that? A string name? No, just a string. Cool, which means then we need a function here. Private void start dialogue string dialogue. Sure. Okay, now the farm game, when it initializes this, needs to listen for this. Started dialogue plus equal on started dialogue. Private void that string dialogue. And then we need the runner, which we don't have. What gets us here? This gets it. All right, fine. So rename this. And whoops, there was one more of those. So this doesn't need to pass this in anymore at all, actually. Okay. And then here we call start forget. I don't think it matters which one we do here. I think start dialogue is totally fine. Yeah. All right. There we go. So now this can call into a different thing than what we had. So we add in a new call method on farm zone. And we need it to be the exact same time. Insert key, start dialogue, pass in start, and have it be at the same time. Perfect. Now delete this entire thing. Okay, I think I've done it. I don't know for sure. Let's go try it out. Yeah, that was a lot of work. It might not work correctly, though. Yeah, it's spewing a bunch of errors. Probably because we're trying to access the player when they don't exist there anymore. Yeah. Okay. So now we got to figure out that stuff. So in the farming game, we have something that checks to see if we have a dirt tile, for example. And this calls ground layer. Ground layer doesn't exist there anymore. It's got to be the environment that gives this to us. And the environment could change based on which place we're in. So we need to make like a consistent environment node. Also, I like the idea of you being able to mess with some of this stuff, like in town, being able to use your axe on a house and chop out a part of it. So it would mean making this into its own node that has a way of checking all this. Hey, Dallas. Fine. Yeah, let's do it. So maybe put this in zones. We make like an environment. Farm environment.cs. So what is this thing? It's really just a node. And it needs to get its own ground layer now. Well, this is better encapsulation than what we were doing before. So we have ground layer here. We don't need this anymore. This goes into farm environment. We do need a ready function that gets this. And now we need to change this to a farm environment. Farm environment. This is something the base zone is going to configure, though. So we just need to know what the current zone is. I guess all of these are going to need an environment, right? We need to make this public, though. And to make this a property. How do they yet? All right, so this has the ground layer. We need to fetch this. We don't need this anymore. Tile size we used to fetch. I guess that's something the environment will now know about. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, what else fails over here? All of this stuff, right? So is tile dirt or watered, blah, blah, blah. We put this into farm environment. This probably can't be private anymore. And dirt tile, for example, probably needs to be moved. All right, so now we need a reference to the environment, which I don't have, but I have a reference to the zone. So we should save off what the current zone is. Private base zone, current zone. Current zone in our case is going to be the farm zone. And then anytime we do something like this, we need to check it on current zone. Then this needs to be made public, which it doesn't have. Doesn't even have the environment. I guess we can just get the environment from there. It's called farm environment. Let's just call it environment. And it's underscore environment for now. And then this needs to be made public. Cool. All right, we're making some progress here. So same thing over here, current zone dot environment. We should probably just make a property out of this, right? Extract property. Current zone environment. There we go. CZE. Okay, we're getting there. We need a rider shortcut to go to the next problem. Add hotkey to go to the next problem. I think I used F8 in VS Code. All right, get cell atlas coordinates. This is for... We just want to get like get tile at position or something. In fact, why don't we just have an is dirt tile? Yeah, is tile dirt. Shouldn't this be like that simple to do? Yeah. All right, so this is just CZE dot is dirt tile position. And then we want to actually water this, so this doesn't matter. We want to like set its cell now. Public void set tile. Don't we need a source ID? So now we do that. Set tile. Should just be all these arguments, right? All right, water tile doesn't exist there anymore. I guess we need to make these public. Farm environment water tile. Yeah, so same thing here. Set tile. Good. Get tile position. This can go anywhere. Tile size is over there though. So yeah, I guess it's part of the environment. Which means it needs to be public. Which means this needs math. So now this entire thing exists within the environment. So it could just be used there. I'll leave it here for now. I think it's okay. Yeah, same thing with this. All this stuff could just be moved to the environment. This is one of the nice things about object-oriented programming sometimes. If you only see that it's accessing this and nothing in the class itself, you can just move this to the class that it's accessing stuff on. They usually make it look nicer. In this particular case, we might want to prevent you from using the shovel on certain things. But we're not there yet. Okay, so we've cleaned all of that up. Now we initialize everything correctly. Been a few days. Is this still the same game? Broken tutorial game? Yeah. Yep, exactly. This is the second game. We're trying to get into... I want to get through a lot of the structure of the rest of the game for the first checkpoint. I want to get this done by like the end of Thursday, ideally. And this part's taking a little longer than I thought it would. Let's just run this and see where we stand, because I don't actually know if this is fully broken or not. Yeah, it is broken. All right, what's going wrong here? Object, house not found. Yeah, because this is now in a different location. It's in the farm scene. All right, well, we can move this down to here for now. And I can set this to current zone. .get node. I think that'll work. I think this is a bad way of doing things, but I want to at least just get back to the game functioning. So now this is trying to get the player. The player also doesn't exist. Tutorial man doesn't exist. The animation player doesn't exist. And we do this for a lot of reasons, right? Yeah. So, this is where just having a single player instance would be nice. And having them be in the base scene would allow me to do this more easily, I think. But then the animation player can't control it easily. The animation player would have to be in the base scene too. Which means everything needs to be in the base scene. Or we keep instantiating in players based on the scene that we have. So we have some like initialize current zone, and it fetches the player from there. Do we need tutorial man for anything else here? No, this can go somewhere else. Tutorial man walked far enough. Where's that right now? That's probably broken, right? Farm here. Done. It's in the zone and this doesn't exist. Yeah. So, all right, we got to fix that. I mean, this should go into farm zone. Set player input enabled. This would be in the farming game. So we now make this public. How did the first game do? I never ended up looking into the sales numbers after the first day. So I don't know. But I mean, reviews on Steam are pretty positive. I think people had fun playing the game. Then the tutorial man is going to be in this scene. Yeah, so we pull them out of here. Tutorial man. Okay. So this needs to call the base function just in case. Then we fetch the tutorial man. Field is read only. Oh, because it just auto added that. Cool. Okay, okay. Now we need the house and the player. Do you still do marketing for Skeleseller? No, I just stopped. I'll probably run some more sales though. I think the game will probably do well when it goes on sale. The soonest sale I can run is in 3 days. And I was kind of hoping we'd have the Japanese translations by then. Whoops, not here. Weblate. I don't think we're close to getting those. Yeah. I'm not. I got to reach out to the translator because it's been a while now and we're at 6%. And I don't know what the plan is. I'm gonna write myself a note. Reach out to Japanese translator. Yeah, I wanted to time the sale with having the Japanese translation out. Hey, Puelo. Okay. So, house. If we move this to be in the current zone, then it'd have to emit something out here. All right, so let's say we had 10 houses in the game that you could enter. How would we handle this? So right now what we're doing is there's a region for the door. We check if the player is in that region and is pressing up. And if so, enter the house. This is not generic though. It'd be nice if the house itself could do this, but in order for that to be the case, it's got to have access to the player. I think that's probably pretty reasonable to do. Yeah. If we gave house access to the player, it could just listen to everything itself. And I think that's probably the most reasonable thing. All right, take care. I hope you have a good time with your parents. Yeah. So house has this stuff. It could just track, hey, the player is there now. And then it could just listen for the player. Yeah, I think that's much more reasonable. So let's do that. There's a lot to change. All right, so is indoor region. We're going to put this in a house. And then instead of enter and exit emitting this, we're just going to do this. and this. And then we need to listen for if the player pressed enter. So there's going to be a public void init here with a farm player. Player equals player. Actually, we don't even really need to say this off. Yeah, we could just do player dot upward plus equal on player moved upward. All right, private void that. So this is going to emit, if is in door region, we're going to say player entered door dot invoke. It's not the region anymore. It's the door. So now this goes here. This gets deleted. And now I just need to initialize the house. So the house gets initialized with a player entered door. We don't need this. We delete all of that stuff. Moved upward is not needed anymore. So this is going to be like on player entered house, I guess. On player entered house. There we go. We don't need moved upward anymore. All right, the house itself goes into the farm zone. Farm zone inherits from base zone, which has an init, which takes in the farming game. So maybe we extend that. Override init. And we get the house from here. Okay, current zone is this. So just get the house. On player entered house. We don't have the player here either. I'm going to do that. And we convert this to a field. Good. So now that works. Now player entered door. We need to tell the farming game that you've entered so it can transition. So yeah, on player entered house. I think that's pretty reasonable. Public, oh well, whoops. Public event action entered house. Yeah. This is just going to invoke this, right? Noise. Okay. Then the farming game listens for that. This is going okay. Current zone dot entered house. Where is it? Oh, it's because it's a farming zone. All right, for now, let's just kind of cheat. Entered house. And then doesn't something else listen for this? No. Hey, Blub. Okay, how are we now? We are missing the player stuff still. Because this now exists within the zone. And that's kind of a problem, right? I mean, we could just get the player from the zone. In fact, yeah, why don't we do that? This is a little bit weird. Yeah, I got to think of how ownership is going to work for this. If each individual zone owns the player, and the farming game needs to be told about this because it's got to be able to get the state of the player. Yeah, it definitely needs the state of the player. We're going to have a camera in every zone too, right? I mean, I guess we could. But that seems like a bad idea. So we'd have, actually, this would be a public setter here. I don't like this idea. Yeah, I don't really like this idea. So we don't store this here. We just get this. And then we put it down here. Yeah. So where's the farming game? Farming game dot player equals player. I guess we could just do it like this. Kind of strange. Does that fix everything? Let's just run it. No, what's wrong? Animation player, right. Forgot about that. Yeah, so the animation player is now inside of the new scene that we have. And we have a start opening cutscene, which disables player input. not every scene might have an animation player. What calls this? I think it's just our like set starting state function. Yeah. So most of the time, as soon as you see this thing, we would start the opening cutscene. We could also cause it to, yeah, let's move this into that scene. Farm zone. And then we need the starting state. And then we need these functions. Start opening cutscene. This needs to call set player input enabled to false. I mean, this is public, so we could technically just do this anyway from here. And this would be in the farming game, which we don't have saved off. Oh, we do. And we need the animation player. Hasn't this been fun? And then we fetch that from here. Ready. Fields is read only. Oh yeah, it keeps doing that. Okay, anything else? On dialogue complete. Don't we set the input disabled here too? Yeah. What does the opening cutscene do to start the dialogue? Oh, it calls start dialogue, but I see. So we probably do need this to happen no matter what. And on dialogue complete. So in this particular case, we want to override this. I guess we could tell any zones that the dialogue is completed, and you'd need to track what got completed yourself. Alternatively, we listen on the runner for this. So we just have a single dialogue runner. This initialized starting state needs to be over here now. Do I want to do that? It's the last reference to animation player, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, what'd you just say to me? And hey, yo, thank you for the resub. Happy 2.5 years. How you both doing? How's everyone doing? Do you all have a good weekend? Because I mostly gamed. And yeah, I wanted to take some time. I felt like I worked pretty hard on Friday. Might not have looked like it, but it felt like it. So we need to know when the dialogue is finished to be able to change animations. So option 1 is have the farm tell the zone. Option 2 is have the zone pull the dialogue runner from the farm. I mean, there's already pretty tight coupling from the zone to the farm. But option 3 is, I guess, have the zone listen to an event on the farm. That's probably the most reasonable one. Let's at least do that for now, because I got to take a break pretty soon. So we'll have an event here, public event action, dialogue completed. Dialogue start on dialogue completed. Wait a sec. We now have a couple of these different things. This is like on start. Yeah, that's a bad function name. This is like start dialogue. What was the chosen solution for dialogue trees? I ended up using Yarn Spinner. And I think it's pretty good. I can show you a little bit more about that. Well, let me just do that now really fast. So yeah, Yarn Spinner has this sort of format. So it's pretty easy to write out different lines of text, have choices within it, have it jump to different sections for the choices. So yeah, that's what we ended up with for now. And who knows, maybe we end up changing it. I'm not sure. So this we're just going to invoke. And then this needs to listen over here. or after you've initialized the farming game, yeah. Farming game dialogue completed plus equal on dialogue completed. Okay. Great. And then this can't find something with the right name. There we go. Okay, please tell me this is working. Let's try it. Name runner does not exist in the current context. Where is that? Right, because now it's got to be in farming game. Farming game dot start. Oh no, where is it? There's like a start dialogue. Oh God, I'm not gonna find this in time. I'm not gonna find it in time. Is it in base zone? It is. It's called start dialogue. This should be protected then. So that we can just call start. Okay, let's see. Got 30 seconds. Does it actually work? I can't move. I should see a bunch of question marks. Good. And then it broke. So there's kind of a problem here. What is that? No, not found seed layer. Okay, so this is where we left off. I'll take my break and I'll just write where I left off. This. That should be easy to fix. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, have fun playing Jump Royale, everyone. Again, for those who've never seen this, just type join in Twitch chat and then J and a number to jump. Got about 30 seconds to test things out. I'll be back in a little bit. Hi, close the game. Okay, so where we left off was that seed layer thing. Let's go fix it. So it is here. We do not fetch this from the environment. Seed layer. And what do we use this for? Oh, God. Okay, fine. Well, this should probably be in the farm environment. Farm environment. Yeah. I mean, if the ground layer's here, then the seed layer definitely should be too. It's just a little weird how this works. And then we go down to this, pull this out of there, go put it ready. And we have another problem in this, on player planted seed. So this is to find out if there was a seed there and then to set it. So what I think I want to do is, actually this whole thing could just be moved there, right? So if current zone environment dot plant seed, then play a sound. And then move all this stuff there. Yeah, in fact, this will just generate this for us, which is pretty nice. Yeah, nice. Okay, so now we can delete this. Strawberry seeds? Is that only ever used over here? Yes, it is. And then source ID, where was that ever gotten from? Pool planted equals false. Planted equals true. Return planted. Yeah, where was the source ID supposed to come from? Plant seed. Oh, there. There's just const 0. All right, we finally good. Can I finally do this? I don't even know why that showed up though, because the dialogue hadn't shown up. Yeah, so far we're good. We can turn on the audio. We need a watch down there too. No, there's no dialogue. No. All right, let's go find out why not. So here we are on the farm, animation player, opening cutscene, start dialogue, start. And then we go over to here. Start dialogue is there. Invoke it with this. Something should be listening for this. It is. And it's this. And this calls our runner, start dialogue. The runner should exist. Yeah, I don't see a problem. All right, well, let's put a breakpoint here. Is it trying to start a dialogue? It is. So why isn't this working? Oh, because I turned this off. Whoops. I love when that turns out to be the problem, that I'm just an idiot sometimes. And I just have to click a button. All right, now we have the visible collision shapes. I don't actually want that. Turn that off. But now we should see dialogue on the screen, right? Yeah, hello, welcome to Moondrop Village. Oh yeah, okay, so just skip through all this. And let's see if we can play the game. Nope. We can't plant seeds. Can we water stuff? Nope. Can we dig? Nope. All right, well, it's causing like a million errors. So one of these things has to be messed up. Did it just crash? No. So what is this? Farming game line 89. Right here. Current zone environment presumably isn't set. Current zone. Current zone is set. The environment must not be set then? It is not. Where are we supposed to get this from? Farm zone has a farm environment. The zone should fetch the environment and doesn't. Okay, yeah, that's the problem. This is base zone's job. So yeah, we just do that. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, we can go into the farm zone and we can change the starting state. Yeah, so that this can be skip free play. Free play. There. So now no dialogue, no opening cutscene. We just walk around. Yeah, nice. And now we can plant seeds, hopefully. Yes. And it should be only playing a sound when we actually plant. Yep. And we should be able to water. Good. But not water grass. Good. And dig. Nice. Hey, Krasner, thank you very much. Hope you're also going to have a very sublime week. All right, we did it. That was a lot of work to get to exactly where we started. But the code is cleaner, and now we can load in another scene. So yeah, neat. Wow, what a time. What a time to be alive. Yeah, look at that progress. By the way, the music cuts out after like, I don't know, 50 seconds or something. I didn't finish composing it. That's what we'll work on this Friday is the platform music, the farming music, and then maybe a combination of the two for the game you're about to enter after this. We got to get to the point where you can go to sleep in the game though. So we go check all of this in, right? Can we delete the space there or does it add it back in? No, seems fine. This stuff's all good. I'm not positive I like what's going on with farming game over here though. Let's take a look at that. We have a whole bunch of things that check, like this function's fine. I don't mind this function. Although it should probably just take in a pixel position and then do this on its own. Yeah, in fact, probably all of this stuff should just, yeah, whatever. I'm not going to change this for now. Yeah, this is fine. It's good enough either way. I think it'll be clear to me how I'd want to refactor this in the future if I were to. Okay, how are we looking over here? I got to change how scrolling works. I want it to be faster somehow. Farming game. Is there anything even worth looking at here? We just changed the scene structure, right? Farm zone. Base zone, I do want to have a comment for. So let's go do that. Oh yeah, and I have to make this a property. What fetches this? The farming game does? Why? Maybe this is pointless. It's probably not pointless. All right, let's make it into a field. Why is this purple? Oh yeah, because it's running. Okay, cool. House is now a little bit cleaner. Nice. Base zone. So this represents a zone in the farming game. The farm, the town, the inside of a house, etc. Yeah, everything else looks good. Okay, so restructure scene to allow for entering a house. You still can't actually enter the house, but now there's a, was it farm zone scene? It's not called that. It's called farm. Zone/farm.tscn that manages the player, tutorial man, and an animation player. Cool. All right. So now we can make it so that you could enter a house. We got to find graphics for that somewhere. Actually, no, we don't need to yet. And why are there 3 instances of Godot open over here? Remove from dock. Remove from dock. Yeah, I don't know why that happens. So yeah, somewhere in the farming game, we have the you would have entered the house thing. That's right here. So now what it has to do is it has to pause the exterior. And maybe we have something print out just to show that something's happening here. How do we easily do that? in process, I guess we could just say something like if I think there's like engine.frame count. Isn't there some kind of like count here? Godot engine frame count. I could have sworn this existed somewhere. Get frames drawn. Frames drawn. There it is. And I think the documentation says if you want to have something happen. Yeah. If get process frames %5 equals 0. Yeah, you could just something like that. So if we do this and just every 60 frames, we just print out like this is still running. Farm game process. And maybe print out the process frames too so that it doesn't look like it's just frozen in time. Someone want to learn video game programming? Is there a website or language you'd recommend? I recommend Godot. I think it's a good way to get started. Godot exposes its own language called GDScript, which I also recommend getting started with. And if you don't like it, you can always switch. And in terms of what games you should take a look at, there's this command. Hang on, let me just say it. Check out the 20 games command. That should type it into chat, hopefully. Although maybe it won't do that correctly. Let's find out. Yeah, nice. That worked. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is a list of games in terms of complexity, starting with Pong. If you were to go download Godot right now and you knew nothing about programming, Pong is, I mean, trivially easy to make the graphics for, right? You don't need to know even how to draw. You just draw some rectangles and you're done. And your paint program can do that. So graphics wise, it's like a given. Totally easy to do. Text wise, there's very little in the game. So it's really, you just get to focus on the gameplay itself, which is moving a paddle around and moving a ball to bounce around. You don't even need an enemy player. You could just have an arena sort of like this, and you move your paddle up and down over here. Okay, sorry, I can't draw arrows very easily. Yeah. So you move up and down like this, and the ball just, bounces over the walls and then, can go out of bounds here or something like that. So if you didn't know anything about programming, you got the Godot game engine. I think you could probably set up Pong in less than a day, or at least the gameplay part of it. Transitioning between like the title screen, in between rounds, maybe resetting the ball or something. Those are all things that once you've done the foundations, it would be pretty easy to tack on. And then from there, they have these other games that you can make here, like Flappy Bird. I think then the games will start to take a little bit longer, especially once you get into, I mean, some of these are like just fully fledged games. Like, yeah, actually, they're all fully fledged games, I guess, but some of them are more complex games. Like toward the end, it says Minecraft. Like, I probably wouldn't go make Minecraft. But yeah, I like that idea. All right, so this is printing out every 60 frames. It's always gonna be multiple of 60 because of that, obviously. And now what we wanna do is be able to pause the scene. So we need to load in a new scene. So I guess we go make the new scene. So we call this, oh, we already have it, right? Didn't I make your house interior? I did, but it's inside this. I wanna move this somewhere. Show in file system. Also, this should inherit from the other, yeah, this should be a zone. So just move this here. Good. It's got a script, but the script does not inherit. The script also is in the right place, right? Yeah, it should probably be in zones. Now that probably breaks Godot, if I'm not mistaken. So let's just go drag this on here so that I don't have to mess around with this at all. Maybe it didn't break it. Who knows or cares? Then this should be base zone that this inherits from. So it's going to need the environment node. It's going to need everything that this needed. So it expects an environment. And, well, it expects an environment. Let's go make an environment. All right, so add node to D. This has to actually be an environment. Put that there. Environment. Now we don't need anything in the node. No, wait, yes we do. What am I talking about? We need the ground layer and the seed layer, right? Because of how this works. I mean, all right, let's just go plug these in and have them do nothing for now. Farm environment. No, what's it called? Farm zone. Yeah, let's go get all of those. All right, so it looks like the other thing, I mean, I copy pasted, but I should be able to just change this, right? If I just delete a bunch of these and save, it doesn't modify this, right? No. Okay, so then let's just delete everything and delete everything from here. So we will put some grass over here. I guess it's this as the tile. Where do we find that? How do you, oh, whoops, that's how. Shouldn't it have a selection now? Do I not know what I'm doing? Ah, there it is. All right, so it's just the bottom left of the transparent one. So same thing, just the bottom left of the transparent one. We click that. And this is at the top, right? Yep. Then we make a rectangle of some grass. This is supposed to be the inside of your house. So this is not what this is supposed to look like. It shouldn't be 5 houses in your house. But that'll let us have the environment correctly. And then for your house interior, we need to change this, right? Cool. So there's going to be a current environment in the farming game. Yeah. So node 2D, let's put this up here. Current zone. And then we can instantiate the other ones in memory. Man, I don't know. I like the idea of having them just be in the scene. Yeah, I think I want to do that. We need to move the camera too. I should probably write that down. When changing zones, we should have some kind of initial camera. All right, so current zone goes over there. And then we'll add in another node 2D. Drag this up to here. And call this paused zones. And instantiate in your house. Error loading. What? I don't think I've ever seen that. Oh, it's fixed now. Okay, sure. All right, so everything in here is going to be turned off, and this is going to be paused by default. So we just set this to disabled. Now I want to test a couple of things. So this was stupid because this never would have done anything to begin with. It was the farm zone I wanted to put that for, and I don't have that now. Override process. Good. And then I want to put the same thing over in, so this is not farm game, it's farm zone. And then I want to put the same thing in here. And this is going to be, what is it? House process. Yeah, sounds good. Okay, so if I just run this, we should just see it print out the farm zones process. Yeah, nice. And if you could enter your house, it would print out the other one, but you can't enter your house yet. But now we got to go make it so that you can enter your house. So let's go over here. We have the current zone. Current zone is just assumed to be a farm zone. So private farm zone, farm zone. And I guess the your house interior. Yeah. Now we fetch those things. Farm zone, all of that there. So set current zone, farm zone. And then we need to fetch the other zone, your house interior. Hey, we're getting a house. And hey, Frag, what's the VS Code extension name that shows above the function, the username that committed the code? I don't think, so first of all, this is Rider right now. And I don't know if in VS Code that is something you need an extension for. If it were, it would probably be GetLens. If that's even a thing. I don't think you need an extension for it, yeah. Oh, actually, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Popping in between meetings. How's the day going so far? House interior. And I forgot the name. What is the name? Why can't it go to Godot? Godot. Huh, that's strange. It is called Your House Interior, yeah. Then we need the current zone node. Okay, so this is Your House Interior. We do that. So we have set current zones. Now we need a private node 2D current zone node and paused zones node. Now fetch those. And then set current zone, we're going to go make. And this should take in a base zone. Okay, so current zone equals zone. We want to reparent it. Zone.reparent to current zone node. But if it's not already the parent, I think it probably knows how to do that. And then whatever was in the current zone dot reparent to the pause zones. Current zone may be nothing right now, though. Yeah, if current zone is not null, and it's going to say this is always true, it's something I want to just stop. Let's just disable it for now. Why is the is highlighted now? Use null propagation. Oh, nice, yeah. And now it's complaining about that because it thinks that this is always, yeah. Recovering from Ludum Dare. Oh, how'd your game turn out? I'm doing pretty well. I'm feeling good. I'm still excited to work on this game. I hope that that excitement carries through for, you know, the next whatever year or two that it's going to take. I think what I'm most excited about right now, though, is seeing how people interact with it, because I'm kind of hoping that it's going to be positive. But I'm going to do things a little bit differently from how I did them with Skeleseller. With Skeleseller, I did... Oh, haven't had the keyboard camera on this entire time. My bad. I turned that off for the music stream, I think. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so for Skeleseller, we had the checkpoint system. And at first, it was probably like once every month or so, we would produce a publicly playable demo. So this time around, I love the idea. I love the schedule, but I'm not sure about the public part. I think I will learn a lot more by watching people play. And you can have it be public and require that people play on camera or something. But I still think, at least for the first like couple times I show people the game, I want to more closely curate the environment that they're doing it in. So I have a whole bunch of people that I can ask to test. And actually, this is what's kind of nice. I developed a decent sort of network making a Skeleseller in terms of like smaller influencers and just, I don't know, friends who are interested in this stuff too. So yeah, I am really excited about that. All right, so now we have set current zone. So let's see if we can set the house to the current zone. Set current zone, your house interior. All right, let's try it out. It will not transition nicely. It'll just immediately flip to the new scene. And it broke immediately. Why? Current zone node not... Oh, right. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm a little bit annoyed by this. I think if the autocomplete was a little bit smarter, it would know that that was not what I named this. Because it can just read the scene file. It just doesn't. So if I just go up into the house. Okay, it almost worked. And yeah, now we see the house process thing. What failed here? Body gets space. Oh, because we swapped the scene in the middle of a... Yeah, we swapped the scene in the middle of testing this. All right, we probably need it to happen on the next frame then, so it's not happening right from physics process. We also need to change this to all be the nearest texture filter. We can change it on all of these pretty quickly. The environment, I think it should be automatic. Yeah, it's already set. Get way more feedback watching someone have fun, get stuck, etc. versus written. Yeah, the other thing is that I think written will not communicate some of the emotional content. Like, I was shocked that this happened, or I laughed at that part. Whereas if I'm watching someone play and I hear them laugh, then like, oh, I'll note that down. And I write incredibly extensive notes when it comes to watching people playtest stuff. Why is this fuzzy? This should not be fuzzy. Oh, I accidentally clicked linear? Okay, well, that explains it. I meant to click nearest, and I thought I had it in my head, but I had not. As far as the game goes, I finished. That's really all I care about for my first jam. Game is somewhat fun and on theme, but not something I'm going to keep working on probably. Well, that's good. I think it's always an accomplishment to finish anything. And I think especially one of the biggest goals, not goals, one of the biggest benefits of Ludum Dare is just showing people that they have the ability to do this stuff. And I kind of wonder about if people would have a higher sense of self-worth or confidence if they scoped things down on their own and then were able to tackle them and complete them. Because I think a lot of people have this like, hey, I want to go learn how to play guitar or something. And then they go maybe try a friend's guitar and they're like, wow, that's hard. And then they never touch it again. And yeah, I think if you were like, well, what if you just played a few notes or this chord, or you sang along to, I don't know, someone else playing guitar. And yeah, there's so many other ways to approach it or ways to make things fun. And I think Ludum Dare has gotten a lot of people into game dev. I also think that if I were, yeah, never mind. I was going to say if I were doing Ludum Dares, I don't end up doing game jams just because I'm usually focused on one project. This project is many projects though, so it's kind of like doing a Ludum Dare every single week. All right, so on player entered house, we have the set current zone. We're going to do this the next frame. So let's do a wait. Wait, this won't work, will it? There's some like, yeah, wait for a process frame. So to signal, get tree, process. Do we already have this somewhere in the game already? Only the one I literally just set there, right? No, we do have this. Yarn task on next frame. Interesting. And they just call a wait next frame on all of these. I think that's pretty interesting. We have something like this in Skeleseller. I forgot where it is. Next frame, call next frame. Here it is. Except for we take it into action. Yeah. I should put this, if we don't already have this here, we don't have this here. I should put this in our runtime stuff. I don't want it in that. Runtime. Godot extensions, is this an extension? Yes, on a node. Okay, let's do that. Add class node extensions. All right, so it's going to look something like that, but it's got to look also like this. So let's copy paste this in and just change it around. Do one of those, one of those. And then we have a public async task. Call next frame. Okay, please tell me this works. Why is everything gray? Just because I'm not using it? Probably. So now we want to do call next frame. Is it not call next frame? Oh, it's got to be like this dot call next frame. because this is not a weighted execution of current method. That's fine. Although don't we need to configure a weight on this? And don't we want to do this true, I guess? I don't know if that matters. All right, so can I delete the this? No, I can't. That's fine. Yeah, new C# extension syntax. It's a little nicer looking, I think, but it's still not embedded in my memory, and now it probably never will be because I'll just keep copy pasting it. Been a hobbyist game dev for years. I've never worked on sound, released anything. Now I know I can finish something. Yeah, I gotta say, the same sort of thing happened with me for making music. Like the first, I made music for games before, but it was usually like one tune, and it wasn't the most fitting thing, and whatever. But then for Botland, I made the whole soundtrack, which worked out to be like, I don't know, 10 minutes long. It wasn't very long. In fact, it's on YouTube. I can just find out how long it is. Yeah, 11 minutes. Now, granted, the Skeletor one isn't too much longer, I think. How long is this one? I'd have to add all these up. 3, 5, 6, 40, 7, 20, 9 minutes. It's like a 9-minute long OST. All right, well, anyway, they still both took many, 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 many hours. But I feel like, okay, well, the Skeletor one was pretty well received. So I think making it for the next game, I at least have the confidence that like, okay, whatever I think sounds good, probably people will enjoy. All right, let's try this again. We should be able to enter the house now and not cause an issue. And again, it's going to go instantaneously. It's not going to transition through a nice like screen fade. Yeah, and now we're probably in this scene, but we're probably stuck in the house. No, that's not true. We're probably... Well, let's turn on sound. No, there's no input Well, the input here is working. You can see the hotbar changing, but I don't hear sound when I press the button. Who is responsible for making that happen? Player watered tile. Oh, the player's not in this scene. Ah, God. Yeah, the player's not in this scene. So every time a zone is focused, we need to tell the farming game that we are now the owner of this. All right. So there's got to be some kind of, or we just make the player be in all scenes. I don't know. Let's make a public virtual void. Zone was focused, or zone was made current. How about just make zone current? By default, I guess it doesn't really need to do anything. So when the farming game calls set current zone, we want to say current zone make current. Yep, good. And then the farm zone is going to use that to set the player. Override, make current. Can you explain what virtual void is used for? Yeah, so virtual means that this function can be overridden by children or like derived classes. And that at runtime, it will figure out which function to call exactly. So for example, we have this base zone and we have a virtual init. So on its own, this is going to do exactly what it looks like. It's going to set farming game to the thing that was passed in. So if we just had no virtual here, then this could not be overridden by child classes. So the way that we end up using this is, for example, in the farm zone, when we init, we call into the parent so that we end up storing this out. And then the farm one in particular needs to get a bunch of other things that we want to initialize. So this is a really common pattern for dispatching to the right function. So at runtime, it's actually going to be like, oh, hey, the actual init we want to call is the overridden one of these, and it can call into the base one after that. Now, if you didn't do this, so for example, let's say someone else made this base zone and they didn't make this virtual, then I would need to have some other function call that either listens for init being called or something that I have to manually call each time. So yeah, sometimes being able to override a class's behavior is desirable. All right, wait though. What was I just doing? Because I had, oh yeah, so I make current, but I don't have it for the your house interior. In fact, there is no player here. But if we add in a player, this should be fine. So let's go try that out. Farming player, make that unique. And yeah, they're just on top of the house. Doesn't matter. I don't care about that. But now I want to do this too. I think the player is going to be in every single scene. So we should probably just put them into base zone instead. But whatever. Let's just copy paste this for now. Yeah, that should work. Okay, let's try it. So I should just be able to press up. Nope, that failed immediately. What happened here? The zone isn't current, so we don't have a player, so we can't listen to it. Yeah, what a shame. And if the player is going to be changing, then we can't listen to one thing for all of this, can we? I mean, maybe the game emits this then? All right, so where is this called? Farm zone. Yeah, this doesn't exist. Fine. Fine, I'll forward this. Yeah. Yeah, let's put this over here. Don't we have another event? Yeah. So this is player moved upward. It's now an hour moved upward function. We're going to emit this. We didn't even have this. Oh, no. All right, I got to think about this a little bit more. We just set this using the property. When we set this, if it changed, we could listen to this event and then emit our own event. It'd be nice to have one player instance no matter what, though. In which case, we'd be reparenting them across scenes. I don't think any of these solutions sounds good to me. So problem, we have a player in each scene, which we then need to tell the farming game about. Option one is use the same player across each scene. This will mess up the animation player that we may have in each scene. Actually, wait a second. It fetches them by node, doesn't it? I guess you can kind of exploit the animation player and swap in a different scene. It's probably a bad idea. Option two is make sure we only use references to the farming game. Let me go back for a sec. One way of doing this inside this house thing, yeah, like we initialize this with a player. We could just initialize this every single time, right? Where's this called again? House.init farming game.player. So that would work, but now we'll have another one of these every single time. I don't like that idea. The other thing we could do is just call this function directly on the house. We have to call it on all houses. I think it makes more sense for this to have the player. It's just weird that the player can change. Although actually the player is the same every time within a game. The house network is a different player. So we actually technically only need to initialize this once. This is kind of weird, but like has added listeners. Player listeners. Yeah, so this would work. I prefer doing this the other way around though. Yeah. All right, I think this will function. Okay, so now we're trying to access this on the player. The player probably hasn't been set correctly. I don't know if I actually finished that code. I might not have. No, not found player relative to your house interior. Because I called it farming player. Okay, never mind. That was a dumber problem than I thought. Hey, nice. All right, so you can't move up and left. I think that's because this is the 0, 0 point. You can, no, you can't dig. You can try watering. There's no audio system. Because we never initialized the player. All right, I am finding out about all sorts of problems. And we never listen for these things. And yet, trying to water actually did something. I guess because it starts the animation first. Yeah, although shoveling should have also worked, right? At least it should have looked like it worked, but it didn't do anything. It's working there. It does not trigger an animation here. Why does the watering one trigger an animation? I understand what the problem is here. I don't understand why watering works and shoveling doesn't. Huh. I don't see a difference there. There's nothing else with watering that would cause this to happen, right? No. Strange. Oh, maybe what's happening is... No, it's not. I was going to say maybe it's failing before then. I guess it could be. All right, well... I got to think a little bit more about this then, huh? So what are we hitting here? We're hitting an audio system thing where this isn't set. And init should set this, which is presumably what farming game does, but it only does it for the one player. So we need to know when this thing gets set so that we initialize it in an audio system. It's also kind of weird that we'll initialize the player multiple times. All right. Yeah. Yeah, so we got to find this and change this. Value.init. Player moved upward is never invoked. Right. Try this again. I don't think we're going to listen. Yeah, we're definitely not going to listen to the like, are you shoveling or anything sort of thing. What is this about? If not has added listeners, player is null here. How did that happen? This should exist. It does. And then we set this and then this failed. Maybe because the audio system didn't exist. Oh no, because we have no field here. Oh, right. How do we do that? I don't know. Field equals value, yeah. And that would fix one issue. Will not fix the other issues. Hey, Mysterious. Happy 3-stream streak. So do we have audio? Yes. Oh, and we can shovel now. It just doesn't do anything. actually be kind of funny if we just had this at some point in the game. Hey, LA, how you doing? Someone was typing quotes in Redbeard's chat yesterday, and one of yours showed up. Something about mods, I think. Yeah, nice. All right, so to get those things to work, we need to put all of these in. Now, this is the inside of your house, so probably shoveling shouldn't actually do anything, and planting seeds shouldn't do anything. But this is also a broken tutorial, and I think it would be pretty funny if you could do this even inside your house. Although we should probably remember that this happened, so that when you come back to your house, you could see. But maybe you're not allowed to enter your house again. This takes current zone environment. Why is this even here? Why don't we just initialize the player with the environment? Because that's all we're doing for any of these things, right? And the audio system. But I think the player has the audio system, right? Yeah, they do. And what about this one? Sound. Okay, yeah. So if the player had the current environment, then there wouldn't be an issue here. But I mean, there also wouldn't be an issue if I just listened to these every single time. Hey, Modified Spirit. Completely new to all this. Can someone tell me what programming language he's using in the engine? Yeah, so the language is C# and the engine is Godot. And I'm happy to answer any other questions you have. Welcome to the stream. We are currently trying to get... Well, this doesn't look like it, but when you enter your house in the game, you should go into a different scene. And just because I didn't feel like making the interior of the house, I just threw a bunch of other houses in the scene. But this is supposed to be like a house interior. You'll have a bed and, you know, some flowers and a table and a rug and whatever else. But I haven't done that yet. Okay, so yeah, when you set the player, we need to stop listening to all these other listeners that we had. So this is already set. We want to subtract those, but we need to know that we've added the listeners in the first place. Private pool, added player listeners. I don't like this. I just don't like this. So we get the current field. If added player listeners false, or maybe like has player listeners. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. So none of this should be here anymore. Delete all of that and put this up here. Actually, no matter what, we're going to set this to true. So all I need to do is get the current field and then subtract them all. Yeah. This is not correct, though. This needs to be down here. Field, that's a new one. Yeah, this is a lot nicer. You used to have to make properties that were backed by like something like this. So you'd go instantiate in a private version of this and call it _player. Now with field, you can get rid of this and this. And it's just slightly cleaner. All right, let's try this out. So now you should be able to dig inside your house. Which I'm still debating on whether we want to keep that or not, but let's see if it works. No, it doesn't. It is still strange to me. Oh, no. Wait, what? Why couldn't... That was weird. Oh, maybe I need to change the tool that was selected. Okay, so what happens if I dig this? Yeah, there we go. And we can plant seeds there, and it should make a sound. Yeah. Okay, cool. Can you give it an initial value? Very likely through the property you can. I don't know if I've tried that, though. You can only access the property in any logic as opposed to using the private backfield. Yeah. Okay, so there's the hotbar here. The hotbar is what sets the... Yeah, this. Player, select a new farm ID. Okay, so where do we do this? We do this here. So every time you set the current zone, we need to do this again. So that the player can know what tool is selected. And that's why that wasn't working? I don't know. Yeah, I think this is a little unwieldy the way I'm doing things right now. All for the sake of animation. This doesn't even exist. We don't have a player now. So this has to go, whoops, went one too many. This has to go here. All right. So if I did, there's no leaving this. I need to make it so you can leave this somehow. A new cabin followed by them duplicated all over the screen. This is the farming game. What are you talking about? Of course you're gonna have 5 cabins inside your cabin. Then you can enter any of those. We should probably do something like that in one of the games. All right, so we need a way to exit this. Well, should you have a way? Yeah, you probably should have a way to do that. Make a way to exit your house. Make the inside of the house actually look like the inside of a house. Write down another game idea that entering your house should actually enter some new world that you keep exploring. All right, exiting your house. Let's see if we can do that pretty quickly. We could just make it so you press a button and you swap back. Yeah, let's just do that for right now. So somewhere in the platforming game, we have a cheat thing here, right? Yeah, here it is. If you press UI cheat. So let's do that in the farm game. And if you press this, we'll do set current zone back to the farm zone. Member with same signatures already declared. Sure. Let's put this here. All right, let's try that out. So you can enter your house. You can go back to the farm zone. I guess since the player's position is moving, it's changing the camera entirely. Which I don't like. I think we need to position the new node where the camera was for the last one. Or at least when you're entering the house, we need to do that. How do we make that easier? Isn't there? Then it's not in the house. What am I doing? It's not called house. It's called the interior. Yeah, so here it is. So what I want to do is I want to set the whole zone's position to the camera's position. I think, and then we just make this public for now. This is kind of weird. I don't know if this is going to work the way I expect it to. Yeah, that worked. But it's moving the camera up then when we do this. Well, that needs some work done on it. Oh, right, because I'm entering the door. Okay. Do it. Is it moving where I am? Like if I'm at the window and I go back in, I'm at the window again. This can't work. This definitely can't work. All right, we'll figure that out next. Where did that go? Interior is trying to access this. Yeah, so when you enter the house, make sure the camera doesn't have smoothing enabled. Oh, that's a real problem. Yeah. All right, what time is it? 11:05. Yeah, I've been waking up earlier and I've been starting the stream earlier. So I feel like it's lunchtime when it's not lunchtime. I think we should probably go for another hour, maybe, and then get lunch. Yeah. Okay, well, we got to clean up what I did. I'm going to take a break too, by the way. So this is working. Commit what I did. So we haven't done a whole lot yet, but entering the house is like possible almost. Yeah, we got to do all this stuff now. All right, that's going to take some time. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. See you soon. Okay, close the game. Good job, Deller. You beat everybody, which is nobody. Keds did nothing. All right, we're at commit what I did now. Man, I should probably ponder this for a little bit longer. So I don't really like what I did with player. Like each scene in the farming game needs to instantiate it. And then we need to set up listeners again. And this was all so that the animation player in the first scene and in the town scene can work by moving the player if needed. Which they don't even really need to. Yeah. Okay. Let's go take a look through all this. This should go next to this. Oh, it moves it for me? Why? What? Oh, because it's alphabetical order across the space as well. Oh. I thought since they were two separate sections. Okay, I see. All right, I'll write a comment here at least so that it's obvious why I did this. Each zone has its own player instance for easier use of animation player. If we didn't do this, then working out the timing for cutscenes would be difficult. This method of having multiple player instances isn't great, but it's fitting for this game where the cutscenes aren't totally separate scenes. Cool. All right, how's the rest of this stuff look? Yeah, this is to tell the new player about. This is to tell the new player instance about the selected tool. This is our way out of the house. We need to code that at some point. Yeah, make a way to exit your house. I guess it's just going to be this code. Anything else here? Just this. That's fine. All right, what about the next file? This was to change the node structure. Yep. This we don't need. And this we technically don't need. I don't know how that got added. Has added player listeners. That's fine. There should be one other bit of code we got to delete from somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, nice. And that's everything, right? That's everything. Okay, so allow entering your house. It certainly doesn't look like a house right now. So make the inside look like a house. Let's go do that. What do we have in terms of interior here? We'll put a basketball court inside your house. That'll show you. All right, so we got some beds. We're definitely gonna want the beds one. What else do we have here? A bunch of candles, cat furniture, chairs, closet, doors. Maybe to the closet, dresser, fireplace. Oh boy, there's a lot here. School, sofa, tables and desks. All right. Yeah, that's a lot to think about. All right, let's go up to assets, sprites, worlds, interior. So what do we want? We want a bed. We want a floor. Where's the floor? Farm and tile set? Tile set? Is it in here somewhere? Dungeon, path tile, shadow. Tile set house, here it is. All right, I need that too. And then what is that? Temple? Yeah, so tile set house, the beds. Okay, so let's take this, put that in there. Then go get interior. We want a bed. We want maybe the fireplace, maybe a dresser, and they have like a non sofa kind of thing. Like, where's a chair for a dining table? I don't see one. Chairs. Oh, here we go. Okay, so chairs and then ideally a table. Do they have a big table? Let's load this so I can actually see it. They have a long table. Yeah. They don't have a very large square one, but that's probably fine too. Okay, so let's put that in as well. Now let's go do the fastest, choppiest job at this. You could technically try using your shovel on this stuff and it just wouldn't work. There's a cliff layer. All right, so yeah, this is going to be a bit of a pain. So we want to delete all of this. It should just use a new tile set. Ground layer. All right, now we find this. Hey, Kitty, how's it going? I saw you were in Failed Survive stream. I still appreciate that you played Skeleseller. I hope you had a good time. I don't think I got to watch the whole thing. Let's see. Interior, here we go. Okay, so tile set house. Let's drag this over here. All right. So we are going to do this as simply and poorly as possible for now. So let's just pick any texture that looks good for the floor. Yeah, sure. This is fine. Looks kind of like a brick floor. I'm doing well. I'm working on the next game. I am trying to draw the inside of a house quickly. We are not spending a lot of time on this. So let's put this here. Your house is probably not that large. All of these things should be gone. Yeah, your house shouldn't be that big. What am I doing here? What kind of mansion do you live in this game? This can be the background that we have, sure. I was wondering, like, should it be floating in space or something, or should we have the tile map layer be the background? I'm still not certain what we're going to do there. So there's that. We got to go add in a whole bunch of little props here now. So sprite 2D. This will be the bed. We need to turn on Y sorting for this. Make a new atlas texture. Quick load beds. All right, we're just going to pick any of these. Let's pick the first one, because why not? We just got to figure out what size it is. Play the first part, so I need to go back and do the other mode and do other achievements. Yeah, I hope you have fun doing those. And I mean, if not, you know, that's totally fine. I get that everyone wants to have fun as they play. I hope that they do that. I have seen some people play and not have fun, and then they keep playing, and I wish they wouldn't. I don't know where we draw the line here for this. This isn't really centered. I guess we don't really need to. We could just pick something like that. So this is 33 by 38. Probably actually 32, if I had to guess. So let's do that. 32, 38. All right, so now we have a bed. We're going to put this over here. You're actually going to enter from the bottom. And yeah, your bed will be over here. You're going to need a fireplace. Let's just duplicate this. Fireplace. All right, so quick load in. Wait, this should be an atlas texture. There we go. Fireplace. Okay, which one looks good here? Doesn't matter. We're picking the second one. All right. So maybe 32. Yeah, nice. And then how tall is this? Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know what I said, Fled. But I saw people play to try to get achievements in a way that they weren't even having fun themselves. Play with the show on in the background. Yeah, yeah. That was a big draw of making the game for me. Is just I've played games that are complex, and I think those games have a place. I don't think that I necessarily want to play them all the time. All right, let's make a table. Quick load in tables. All right, your table is going to be probably this plain wooden one down here. So let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I assume then that this is 7 times 32. Yes. And then 32, 32. Also yes. All right, well, this is going fine. It's just taking a little bit of time to do. Chairs. I like that one. Or those couple, I guess. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so 10 times 32. It's probably too far. Yeah, probably 16. Yep. And it is 32 tall. Yeah, nice. Perfect. So this is chair. Then we do chair 2, which we'll put over here. We could just flip it. They have another one of these, though. Like if I set this to 176, it'll be the flipped version. Are they actually different? If all it's doing is H flipping, which is all it looks like it's doing, then I'll just H flip it myself. Yeah. Cool. You applied for what, TJ? The engineering group? I wish you luck, indeed. And what does PE stand for? Wait a second. Is this... Did I... Oh, I didn't drag it directly to the side. Yeah, I think this should be up a little bit. Oops. Okay, what else do we want to put in here? What other graphics do we have? Fireplace we did. Table and desk. Tile set house. Dresser. Yeah, I probably have a dresser somewhere. Professional engineering. Oh, cool. Yeah. Well, good luck. Quick load dressers. All right, your dresser is going to be this one, I think. I don't want to figure this out. Yeah, let's just type a number, and we want to find this pink one on top, I guess. So 32 times 8. No, it is 16. And then what's... I want 32 by 16. No, 32. All right, so there's the blue one. That is not the one I wanted. But we can at least figure out where we are in this graphic. So I picked that one. I want to go... Wait, where's the one I wanted now? I thought it would... Oh, wait, yeah. Weird. Did it? Yeah, weird. I thought... Oh, it was flipped. Oh, that's why. Yes, okay, great. Now I understand what's happening. All right, so it's actually at the beginning of this. So we want to go to 0. And then, so now we're at the pink one, and now we just lower down like 8 rows. Yeah. All right, is that the one I want, though? I don't know which one I wanted. No, that one I want. Yeah, so one higher than that. Whoops, that was supposed to say minus 32. Oh my God, what am I doing wrong? Typing the wrong numbers. There we go. Whew. Hey, reformulate. Curious how you stay so consistent, working 8 hours a day on game dev. Do you also have a full-time job? Do you do any contracting on the side? Wishing you lots of luck. Will be an interesting journey. So this is my job. I don't do any contracting on the side or anything. And I also don't stream for 8 hours a day. I tend to stream for about 6. At least on the full days. And then on the half days, I stream for 3 or 4. But yeah, part of staying consistent, I think, is the stream helps with it. And I also just have a sort of general sense of discipline and wanting to be productive. And then, yeah, of course, I have the opportunity to do this. If I were working a full-time job, I definitely would not be streaming 8 hours on top of that. I think my capacity to be productive at any given day, at least on work stuff, is not super high. Like, I can't work 10-hour days. I think part of the problem with that is I tend to be productive outside of the stream, just not for work stuff. So like doing chores or errands or social obligations. I don't know, anything like that. Good night, light. Okay, so we don't have a wall. I'm not actually going to worry about the wall just yet. Although now that I think about it, one of these things is probably supposed to be the wall. Yeah, let's just ignore that for now. And then we need some kind of like boundary. So we'll put a wall layer here. And I'll just throw something in. Probably it's going to be this. And we should actually take proper wall graphics here, but I'm just going to do... Is there anything that looks kind of like a general, just, no. I'm not going to make a terrain and draw this out. Let's just pick this one and just draw a nice little boundary around this. There. Should probably cut that out too. Hey, Chili. All right, so there's your house for now. Doesn't look great. Who cares? Let's go try walking around in it and just see. We have no collision set on anything, but that'll let us test whether the Y sorting is working. Yeah, if you go out of bounds. Okay, cool. So now let's put boundaries on the walls. Which one of these did I pick? That's the question. I picked the one that is there. Okay, so how about we just pick the first one so it's obvious, and then use the paint bucket and click that. And now in the tile set, we can click that same one and go down to physics somewhere. Physics is on. Why? Shouldn't there be? Oh, it's in here. There we go. Okay, so now physics shows up there. There we go. Click that. Got it. Good. All right, so now there's collision on all of that. We also want collision on some of these things. These are all going to be, well, maybe not the bed. The bed's going to be a little strange. We might need to split that up. But the other ones can all just have static bodies on them. Static body. Collision shape. We could have also just made this part of the tile set. All right, there we go. Can I just duplicate this a bunch? The table now has a static body. We need this to be at 0, 0. Sure, just keep doing this. Now, if we shrink this, it'll shrink them all. So we would need to make this one unique now. And now we can just shrink this one. Just generally fit the shape here. Again, I'm not trying to make this perfect. We're probably going to relay these things out anyway. And then same thing for this, set the transform. Probably pull that in a little bit. Good. And then one for the dresser. Hey, Vince. Is this Texture Packer app? Which programming language you use? This is not Texture Packer. So I don't make any of the graphics. I either get asset packs or Quickie Joe has made the graphics. And this is just a sprite sheet. So presumably the person who made this might have used a texture packer and like made each individual sprite, or maybe they just edited them directly in a file like this. And then, yeah, I use C# as the coding language. This is Godot that you're seeing here. And all we're doing now is just fleshing out the world a little bit. I'm not trying to do this in any great way. This is, this is meant to be just a quick, easy way to set up the inside of the house. And that should do it. Okay, so now I have collision on everything except for the bed. The bed, we might need to split into a couple of different frames. Although I don't really want to work on that right now. But yeah, so now you cannot walk into your furniture. You also can't move it or anything. I guess it's kind of easy to get stuck because I made the height of the table different from the height of the chair. That was a mistake. If we just increase this a little bit. So that's good, but this position is wrong. This is at 0, 0. And this is at 2, 6. This is at -4. And this is at 2, 5. That should be at 6. Which means we now need to expand this upward again. Or just move them both. There. That's pretty good. Oh, but now the bottom of the table has the same problem, right? Okay, fine. Let's expand this. There, perfect. So now it's just one big rectangle. In fact, I should have just made it one rectangle and not individual ones. Oh well. Following for quite a while, mostly lurking in the background. Can make the jump soon as well. Focus full time on game dev. Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad you're liking it. Yeah. And best of luck to you on that. I think that, like, economically, I don't think it's a very good decision in general. You really need it. Oh, you can just disappear here. The only way that should be able to happen. Oh, I know why that's happening. Because your feet are the only thing with a collision box. So you end up getting ordered outside of where the wall layer is. So you need to put everything on a different index. I'm probably just not going to worry about that for right now. In fact, if we want to stop that, we could just make the collision layer lower than it is. Please make that a secret room. Anyway, yeah, I think economics of game dev make it very tough to justify this. Like, you need to focus on making a game, marketing it. How do you get the funds to do this? How do you make sure your game is good throughout? And people have done it before, and they've been successful pretty much for the last, like, I don't know, I want to say like 15 years. I don't know what the popular indie games were back in like 2005 or 2000, because I don't think there were many indie games back then. Like, when was Cave Story made? Because that was just a very different time. 2004. Yeah. What other indie games were there? Was Crimson Land an indie game? I don't know who made this. Finnish studio 10 Tons Entertainment in 2003. And Binding of Isaac was a while ago, but not that long ago, right? 2011, yeah. Super Meat Boy was also in the like 2010s, right? Yeah, 2010. Yeah, anyway, when I say last like 15 years, I guess I mean last like 16-ish years. But now that Steam is so popular and you can see how other games did in those genres, I think it can at least set you up for better success. But you still need to make sure that at any given phase of your game that you're making the right thing. And even then, it's still just a toss up at the end of like, did enough people like it? Did you get the right exposure? Oh yeah, I remember Fez. Yeah. All right, so as far as looks, this is fine. You can't actually like properly enter your bed, and there's this Y sorting thing going on here that I'll need to work out. So I'll just write this now. We need to figure out Y sorting for the interior of the house. House interior. Improve Y sorting for the bed and the rear wall. Improve the tiles used. And may need to make it so that it looks like you're getting into the bed rather than stepping all over it. So now in terms of exiting the house, should you want to exit? Actually, I probably changed a clear color. of the game or put a background color. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. Let's put a background color in here and not just use this thing. Although I do like this color, it's good enough. So let's just tab to select that and then go make, how do we do this? I actually don't know how we would do this. We have a color rectangle we could put in the background. But it need to be behind everything. And I don't think you can do this the way I want to. And then we would delete all of this. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. Because why? Let's just restart this. Yeah. I don't know how we would do this. But this shouldn't be hard to do. I wonder if we just brought this to the forefront. Do I still have the game open? No, I don't. I mean, then it would show on top of everything, I think. No. Why am I not seeing this? What if we do put this on top of everything? It doesn't matter. And what if we expand the size of this in both directions? Okay, there it is. For some reason setting, oh, maybe full rectangle doesn't work because it doesn't have a control as a parent. Okay, I see. All right, so if I do want to put this behind everything, can I just increase the size to like 1,000 by 1,000? Oh, yeah, I can. Okay. Yeah, so I'll do a size of maybe like 2,000 by 2,000 and negative 1,000. We don't even need that because everyone's got the same screen size. You shouldn't be able to see, yeah, any other space. Okay, great. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just call this background. And that's really what the clear color's for. So maybe we should just use that. Maybe just change the clear color instead of having a background color rectangle. So this is decent enough. Yeah, let's go check that in. Did we use all of this? We added a bed, a chair, a dresser, a fireplace, a table, and the tile set. Yeah, we used it all. Flesh out inside of the house. It doesn't look great in several ways, but it's functional. All right, now we want to make it so you can exit this. So we need there to be a region down here like we had for the house, no, the farm zone here. Yeah, so we had this door area here. And we're going to do this over here, I guess. So this we want to make unique. I guess it's already unique for the scene. Where is it though? There we go. All right, so door area is going to go right about there. And then we just expand the size of this. Done. Okay, now your house interior, we go get that. Just like we did for the house exterior. So player entered door and is in door region. We should probably extract this out into its own logic, right? Like make a door, yeah. Make a door, or make a like region change or door scene. Yeah, for now I'll just copy paste it, but I'll do that probably right after this. So same thing over here. We need this all to be in ready. What was the decision for not doing that? Curious and pop back in. We will probably do that eventually. I just didn't do it for now because this is the fastest way to do it. But yeah, we could put it into the tile set Yeah. I think it would have been pretty reasonable to do that. All right, so we get all this, and then we need these things down here. And on player moved upward. We need an on player moved downward. And that means we need to listen to the player. Yeah. All right, we're copying quite a lot here. I'm probably going to want to change this before even checking in. And then we need the door area. Okay, so it is currently on moved upward, and we are not ever initializing this with a player. So let's go figure out where this happens. It's in here in make zone current. So there's another make zone current in the house interior. And we just put that there. And this is for... This is for this. Okay. There's no event, or if there is an event, I never called it. Yeah, player into door, I never called this. Where does that happen over here? On player moved upward. Oh, I do call it, just nothing listens. Yeah, farm game needs to listen to it. Ready, house interior. All right, so on player exited house. So we have an entered house, yeah. Now we have an exited one. Call next frame. And it's going to switch to the farm game or farm zone. Cool. Okay, so now you should be able to exit your house by going into the door and then walking upward. Because I did not make a walking downward event. And yeah, that's the other problem, is that by walking up into the house, you're walking up out of the house at the same time. Now, what's this? Current zone environment is null. So something is not setting this. Current zone dot environment. We always have a current zone. And it should have a way to fetch the environment. Does it not? Base zone should have that. Oh, because I added in a ready and I forgot to call it base. One of the classic blunders. And probably the same thing over here too, right? Yeah, definitely the same thing. Although this is a different init. I guess we just put this over here. Yeah, huh, there we go. Okay, let's try again. Yeah, so now we move into the door and then press up and we will walk out. So now we need to make it so that you move down. So instead of moved upwards, we should probably just have like moved and we just pass in a vector. Vector 2. And you can only move in cardinal direction, so I guess this is technically always... Yeah, cardinal direction. Moved upward. This is moved. Then the velocity. And I guess we check to see if the velocity is not 0. Where do we do that? Yeah, let's just do it here. So if not velocity dot is 0 approximately. Yep. All right. Then everything else needs to change. So this is just moved. On player moved. We take in the vector 2. We check to see if you're moving up. If y is less than 0. All right, we go change this stuff. vector 2 velocity greater than 0. And then I think one other thing needs to change over here. I don't know. Let's just try running it. See what happens. If I'm paying attention to anything, I'm really not. So now if I move up, I should just be able to keep walking. And if I move down, I should be able to keep walking. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, it's very jarring because there's no actual transition going on. If we are going to transition, then we should probably like fade out the screen and stop your input during that time. Also, the interior of your house, we probably got to play a different sound. May need a different stepping sound. We have dirt and grass. We need wood or something. All right. So how can we go refactor this? Because this is obnoxious. A door needs what exactly? So we could make well, we could just call everything doors, even though they're not real doors. But instead, it's more like a relocator zone. Or a teleport zone. Or maybe a transition zone or something like that. Yeah, I like that. Zone transition region. And we should probably manifest like a cardinal direction. Manifest a direction that you have to be moving for it to work. Oh, wait, we got to block out. We got to stop you from moving beyond this. I don't even think about that. Yeah, let's go put this at the bottom of the thing. Or actually, we could put it in the door area. So here's a static body. Transform, set that there. Then make this unique. And then just locate this down here. Wait, why do we have to do this? This should be impossible for you to ever hit, right? Yeah, wait, this is pointless. Because for you to make it there, you would have had to be in the door area, which will make you leave. Yeah, so just delete this. All right, well, let's go do this. Let's go make a new scene. Probably out of this. Save branch as scene. Zone transition region. Easy. Easy. All right, I don't really care about the collision shape. That's something that we'll add in later. Now we need a new class. Partial. This is in area 2D. And we need a public event action entered. And then maybe we export a vector 2 direction or a vector 2i. Hey, Leap Your Girl. And yeah, progress has been pretty good. I'm getting pretty hungry, so I'm going to probably get lunch somewhat soon. Maybe in like 20 minutes. So export private vector 2 like enter direction. Yeah, I'll make it up by default. And then what do we do here? We got to go add in probably all this stuff. Just copy paste it all. All right, so we don't need the door area. The listeners thing, I think, sucks. I'd love to not have to do this. Because we need to know when the player moved. Yeah. Means you're not a robot yet. Yeah, the yet is really important. Oh, man. All right, well, we'll figure that out in a sec. So we don't need this. We don't need this or this. And we should probably rename this stuff. So in make current, we're going to need some sort of like initialize with player. And then we put these things there. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. On player moved. So this velocity, we need to check to see if it is roughly equal to this velocity. There's a way we can do this that I don't want to worry about just yet. So we'll just do this. Y is greater than 0 for now. Then we need to initialize these doors. How fun. Is in region on area body entered. Okay, those all look fine. Hope we have an avatar or something in the new game. You mean the like the skeleton? Because yeah, you should always be controlling some kind of character. And yeah, the platformer game, you're that like white-haired girl, and this one, well, actually, you should probably have the same hair color in all of them, but yeah, you're the farmer. All right, so we would now go attach this over here. Let's just try it in the one on the farm. I keep doing that. There we go. Okay, so this becomes a zone transition region. And then we edit this and move this, I guess. I want it to be exactly where the other one is. Actually, what am I doing? I should just move this whole thing down to there. And then shrink this. The door area was bigger than this. So this needs to be big as well. I mean, they just need to be the same size. It worked pretty well. So now we delete the door area. Or just call this door area. And then turn the player back on. There we go. Give this a script. All right, so now the farm zone has the house. The house has the player entered door thing. I'd love for that to just not be part of that. Yeah, so this door area has added player, whatever, blah, blah, blah. We just get rid of all of that. And we replace it with... Well, no, I guess it still is a door area. Door area dot entered. Isn't there an entered? What did I do here? Oh, this is the wrong type. So now we should have an entered, right? Yeah. So this just invokes player entered door. Then when you initialize this, we need to initialize the door area. This is kind of weird. And then we can delete all this stuff. So that's the benefit of doing things this way, is that this gets a little bit cleaner. A lot of work to do all this. Yeah, man. What UI in particular are you doing? I mean, the little character that's depicting you. So in Skeleseller, since you weren't directly controlling the character and they were still kind of you, it was just a little different. In this game, you're going to be directly controlling the character who represents you in at least most of the games. So in essence, your avatar kind of keeps changing. All right, so if I did everything correctly, this should work. And then we just need to change what direction we have here. Enter direction. Yeah, perfect. All right, let's try it out. Oh, it's working when I move downward. Apparently vector2.up is not. Oh, I never even wrote the check. What am I talking about? It was this. I was supposed to write something here that would check to see if it matches the cardinal direction you passed in. Okay, fine. Let's go figure out how to do this. So it's got to match the enter direction. So we do what we did in the farming player, which was here. Turn this into a cardinal direction. So we need to go make a vector extension. Yeah, here we go. Add new class. Vector2 vector. I'll do vector2 extensions. Results screen, branching out from a previous offering. So got a greenfield project. Nice. Trying to consider the first rough draft of a player's results. Ah, well, that sounds cool though. Nice that it's greenfield. Fun seeing a little Greek nerd. Oh, me. Oh. When you said I hope you'll somehow have an avatar, I thought you meant like you as a player. Okay. No, I might show up in the game. Yeah. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Sorry, I did misunderstand. Okay. All right, so this is a vector2. And then we have a public vector2 get cardinal direction. So this doesn't already exist. So we just return this and replace this with direction or vector, I mean, and then get math F. All right, what's the problem here now? Oh, whoops, there's an equal sign. That's why. I'm like, this looks totally fine to me. All right, so there's our extension. So now we can do this in here. We can just say direction dot get cardinal direction. Done. Isn't that clean? Now, in this region, every time you move, in fact, maybe what we do is we just pass in the cardinal direction. I don't know. Yeah. All right, now we got to compare this. So if you should be able to check equality here because there shouldn't be a floating point problem at 0, -1, or 1. I think we can do this. Enter direction. Yeah, I think we can do that. All right, let's go try it. So now moving up into the door should work. Nice. Now we got to make moving down work from the other side, but as a zone transition region. So in here we have a door area. This is not going to be a door area anymore. It's going to be a zone transition region, which we happen to call door area. And that looks like it's got the exact same spot. So if I change this, what in the world? Why did that change 2 at once? Because there shouldn't be. This is not already. Oh, it's already a zone transition region. Whoops. Okay, well, that just broke everything, didn't it? Yes, it did. Oh, God. This has to be local to scene. Now we gotta fix this. Oh, no. Wait, did it also mess up the position? Man. All right, well, it's supposed to be like a tall rectangle like that, right? And it's supposed to dip a little below this. So like there. Hopefully that works. the get cardinal direction works specifically because you only have four-way movement? Well, it works regardless of what you pass in. This is just how you would take a vector and get the cardinal direction. Because the only return we have is either -1 or 1 here and then a 0. And then -1 and 1 here or a 0. So it can only return cardinal directions. And because of how floating point equality works, you actually can compare 0, 1, and -1. But if we had like 0.998 or something, it wouldn't work. Hey, Shine, I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? All right, so now we just got to fix this one. This should work okay, right? If I change this, it won't change it on the farm. Nice. Okay, so let's just make this look like what it's supposed to look like, which is the door area, obviously. In fact, we can make this as large as we need, so that's fine. Okay, now we go change this so that door area is used properly. Let's go try that out. So this is going to be a zone transition region. And we haven't entered. And we just had to invoke player entered door. Come on, you were just typing it out. There we go. We don't need this. And we don't need this. Or this. Or that we actually do need. Because we got to initialize the door area. Does this track whether you've added the listeners? It does. So we don't need this either. Did I put that on the other class, I wonder, in-house? No, I did not. So yeah, so this is all we need now. We need to fetch the node. We need to add a listener for entered. And then we need to initialize it every time the player is initialized, which is rather unfortunate. And this gets called, oh no, not in this case, it doesn't get called many times. So in this case, it actually also shouldn't get called many times because the interior, we know will always have the same player, right? This is probably fine. All right, let's try it. Been busy with work recently, so exhausting. Is there any reprieve in sight? Oh, right, I didn't set the right direction. But if I set this to down, like that, it should function totally fine. And now we have like a generic teleporter. Yeah, nice. Look at that. All right, I know the camera's going nuts. That shouldn't happen. But yeah, we did it. Jumping all aboard the AI hype train. I feel like I'm on that hype train too, despite that I don't use a lot of AI on the stream. So this is done. This is done. I think I'm going to get food before I check in. So clean up my commit and check in. I made it so that you can exit your house, and I refactored out a zone transition region. Yeah. All right, well, we spent 4 hours on just getting you to be able to enter your house. Is that right? Because that sounds kind of terrible. What is today? The 20th. Whoops. Huh, we did more than 5 commits today. There we go. Okay, so stop showing question mark emojis when skipping the cutscene, allow controlling farming start state, set it for entering your house, restructure scene to allow for entering your house, allow entering your house, flash out inside of house. Yeah. And now we're allowing you to exit your house. Playtesting and fixing for 8 hours. Wow, nice. Yeah, you should post a video update or something and show and tell whenever you're ready. Okay, so allowed for entering your house on the farm. That was 4 hours. So now if we want, well, no, I should just get going. Yeah. It's noon-ish. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm going to go take a lunch break. When I come back, I want to work through some of this stuff. Ideally, we allow you to go to sleep, and then you can enter in a new game, and then get back to the Architect's Realm. I think we need to do a little bit of planning, though, before we get to that point. Where do we have this? Yeah, plan this out a little bit more. I had an idea that was slightly rough around the edges from a lore perspective. Thanks, Shine. All right, thank you all for watching. Thanks for being here. I'll be back in about an hour, maybe a little sooner. I'm not sure. I try not to be too specific around lunchtime, but I will still be streaming in the afternoon, and it should be for at least another couple hours. So I will hope to catch you then. If you'd like to join Discord, there are the links. And yeah, take care, everybody. See you later.